Noting the hour, I'm calling the Acton Select Board meeting to order. And first up, regular business is residents' concerns. And if we have any, please come to the microphone, state your name and where you live.
Finance Committee is also in order. Thank you.
Pardon me? Oh, sorry.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Kiley, and I live in Quail Ridge at 11 Parkland Lane. And I'm actually really glad the Finance Committee is here. It's not on the agenda, at least that I printed, because I'm here to talk about the importance of the listening sessions that the Finance Committee is putting on. I was at the library listening session, I believe in the beginning of December it was, and a lot of residents were there talking about business as usual isn't really what a lot of the residents want and what they're concerned about. So really quick, I guess before I get into my spiel, because I know I only have a few minutes, is the Select Board going to be attending the next Finance Committee listening session at the Senior Center on January 28th? Will they have you listen to, or will you listen to the tape of the last Senior Center meeting? Or not Senior Center, the last listening session meeting that took place at the library, which I was at, and I thought it was great, and I do appreciate being listened to. And I'm here to ask that you consider adding additional exemptions or tax breaks for seniors to keep them in town. My tax bill this month, or this quarter, is over $4,800 a quarter now. Went up my assessment went up 21%. I would have been better off staying in my big house in Carlisle than downsizing to Acton, quite honestly. So the listening sessions are great, but I am concerned that you've got another listening session coming up yet tonight. You're hearing the recommended 2026 municipal budget and capital plan, plus the DPW facility building project, both of which, in particular, the DPW facility, were addressed critically by residents at the Finance Committee listening session at the library. The library listening session was probably more diverse demographically than the one at the Senior Center. That will probably be more seniors at the Senior Center Finance Committee listening session. But as a senior, I can tell you that the seniors are upset. What do I do for a living? I teach swimming lessons. I can't afford a $4,800 quarterly tax bill as a swim instructor. I'm a lawyer, yes. I'm over 60. I didn't expect to keep lawyering, and I do a more pro bono work, which is how I feel I'm assisting this town instead of making an income out of it. I teach swimming lessons at the Thoreau Club, which doesn't pay the taxes. But in addition to attending the next senior session, or the listening session at the Senior Center, if you could consider more exemptions and breaks for seniors. Another woman, if you listen to the tape of the library listening session, spoke that she raised her kids in town. She supported the schools, but she may have to leave because of her taxes. And this was before, bingo, we got those bills last week. And so the Finance Committee asked her, did she look at the exemptions? And her response was, I make too much and it's still difficult. So if you could please, the Select Board, consider attending and hearing out the seniors at the Senior Center for the listening session. I applaud the Finance Committee for having these listening sessions, and I hope that these sessions aren't too late in the process for you folks to consider just the impact of what the last override has. I'm actually getting my house painted this winter because maybe we'll put it on the market. Who knows? But this is all, I was shocked with my tax bill last week. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other residents' concerns?
Hello, Eric, E-R-I-K, Heels, H-E-E-L-S, 17 Forest Road. I have a prepared statement to read. I will keep it short. As a young officer in the United States Air Force, I was fighting against Department of Defense fraud, waste, and abuse, which is why I decided to go to law school, act of duty. My boss told me, Eric, you can't fight City Hall. To which I replied, John, I'm going to fight City Hall until the day I die. Fast forward about 35 years, and I am here today to fight for sidewalks on Forest Road, for the safety of the people and pets in the neighborhood. On Wednesday, I asked that the Forest Road sidewalk project be added to the agenda for tonight's meeting, but it was not added to tonight's agenda. An excellent precedent was set when sidewalks were included for the safety of the North Acton Fire Station neighbors. So we ask that similar reasonable safety accommodations be made for the proposed DPW project. I understand that there are concerns about the cost of the DPW project and that you need voter support both at the election in April and at town meeting in May. But we, the organized pro-safety voters, will be forced to oppose the DPW project without sidewalks. I note that our ongoing change.org petition currently has, bear with me while I reload the page, 184 signatures. It was 114 when I emailed 5 days ago. And we're adding supporters at the rate of about 8 a day, more than that recently. So this is not just me talking. Do I have your assurance that the Forest Road sidewalk project will be added to the select board agenda going forward? Eric Heels, 17 Forest Road, Actonian since 1995. And I know it's not on the agenda, but I would like an answer to the question.
Thank you. I will talk to the town manager and see what we'll do. I know that sidewalks are a hot commodity in this town, so.
And it's an easy fix for this project. Very
you.
easy fix. Thank you.
Hi there. If you just state your name and where you live.
I'm Vyacheslav Ostapenko. I'm a resident of Acton. I live in 22 Pontview Drive, but I'm also a chair of Redstone Condominium that's located on 272 to 76 Main Street. And we have, we're going to have new business nearby, open door indication in the 268 Main Street building. And we have kind of problem with them that this building is connected on the same water line as the condominium and the same water meter. So, and it appeared that they were not paying for their water usage for a very long time. So previous management for some reason was not giving attention to this. Stating that it's kind of small usage, so basically condominium was subsidizing water usage of the law office in this building. To make things worse, I talked to the Acton water manager, and he told me that likely they don't have sewer account because sewer account is prorated based on water usage, and since they don't have water usage, they don't have water account, it's likely they don't have sewer account. I couldn't get this information about this. To make things worse, a couple of years ago, I started noticing that we have increased water usage, water bills. So, and by summer of this year, it reached like 3,600 gallons per day. So I hired a company to investigate it. I tried to resolve this before. So because we have yearly plumbing inspection, yearly heating inspection, and this company was looking into this. I also asked other company to look into this, and they didn't find any leak on the Redstone premises. So finally, I found a company that professionally does leak investigation. They have equipment, and they started tracing it to the meter and found that the leak is not on the Redstone premises, and but in lawyer's building in this 268 Main Street. So after fixing this leak, it was fixed in September. After fixing it, the water usage numbers dropped from 3,600 per day to 1,700 per day, approximately, so almost twice. This kind of a lot of great, quite a lot of money. I averaged the amount and sent a request for reimbursement of the costs of the water overuse and the leak finding service to the current owner, Louis Levine, but he chosen to ignore this request. I forwarded also the email also to the select board. Probably you have seen this message from me. So, since we will have new business there, which will have more visitors, I expect that the water usage will be higher for this building. So, and also this building is very old, so it's kind of the crawl space is shallow. It will freeze in the cold night, so they will have water leaks again. So we need to split water meters, so they should have separate water meter. I contacted water department about it, but they told that they are not going to pay for this, so somebody have to pay. And I don't think that condominium should have to pay this. I think that current or new owner of the building, of the 268 Main Street building, have to establish account with water department and sewer department and split the lines and install the water meter, because I think Redstone condominium had paid a lot of expenses on their account. So I don't think we should be responsible for this. Moreover, I talked to the previous management of Redstone condominium, and they told me that there was plans to split those lines and install water meter during the Kelly Corner renovation project. And Louis Levine also told me that there was plans like this, but for some reason it didn't happen. So we still have common water meter. So James, looking for advice or what?
Can I just interrupt just for a minute? Are you talking about the Redstone condominiums near?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So I feel like this is something we need to address offline. And I'm sorry that I haven't seen the email that you sent. So I'm kind of unaware.
Okay.
So I will dig that up and try to get back to you.
Okay.
Working-
Another issue I wanted to bring up, the Kelly Corner renovation project, it kind of lasts for a long time. So we still do not have frontal parking for the building A. It's still not finished. Also, the plan, the setup is coming up not the way we expected and not according to the plans we have seen before. So there was thick retention walls, like almost 2 feet wide or more than 2 feet wide. So generally, we don't have space now to put plantings in front of the building. So how it?
Okay, thank you. And we'll take these into consideration and I'll work with John to get back to you.
Okay,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much.
Any other residents' concerns? So moving on to chair update, I have a few updates. I wanted to, well, Happy New Year, 2025. And I wanted to extend a heart to Actonians who may have friends and/or family subjected to the tremendous loss due to the fires in the LA area. And I know when events like this happen, it sparks thoughts and closer to home catastrophes that could happen here. And I wanted to point out that the Sustainability Office has completed the most recent update to Acton's mitigation plan early last month. And you can find that plan on the town Acton website under sustainability. My second announcement is the Community Service Office within the Department of Health and Human Services, in partnership with Metro West Legal Services, will host a monthly housing legal clinic beginning January 14th, 2025. This program is funded through the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, and will run through December 2026. Housing legal clinics will begin on January 14th and will be held on the second Tuesday of each month from 4 to 6 p.m. at the Human Services and Senior Center, 30 Sudbury Rear Road. This program was initiated to address community input, urging support of residents' tenancy in Acton. The sessions will aim to address residents' questions about legal matters that will prevent evictions, foreclosures, and address housing health-related concerns. Representatives from Metro West Legal Services will work in partnership with departments within the Department of Health and Human Services to assist residents in finding available resources. For questions about this program, please contact tenantsupport@actonmass.gov. Also, Wednesday, January 8th, the Acton Economic Development Office and the Economic Development Committee held a special appreciation luncheon for area businesses and an overview of strategic economic development plan for Acton. It was very successful mix of businesses, and it was fun to get a sneak preview of a video starring Maura Haberman, Acton's event and program coordinator, detailing our upcoming 2025 events. And I'm sure that video is floating around on the socials at some point. I also wanted to read a reminder, if I can find it. I wanted to remind residents then that in October of 2017, the Select Board adopted an immigration policy. You can review this policy on the Select Board page of the town website. In part, the policy states that town employees are prohibited from using town funds, resources, facilities, property, equipment, or personnel to assist in the enforcement of federal civil immigration laws. This reminder is in response to concerns expressed by several residents about what steps the town can take to protect vulnerable community members in light of the incoming administration's plan for mass deportations. In particular, Select Board members have heard concerns about the well-being of residents at the Minuteman Emergency Shelter. The residents staying temporarily at Minuteman until they are able to secure permanent housing all meet the eligibility requirements for the Mass Emergency Assistant Program. All non-citizens staying there have entered the U.S. lawfully. The adults are working, have driver's licenses, and are paying taxes. The school-aged children are attending our schools. I also want to take the opportunity to express gratitude to the community for the warm welcome and outpouring of generous support they continue to offer these residents. Volunteers are teaching English lessons, donating clothing and supplies, leading activities for the children at the shelter and around town, and even hosting dance parties and dinners. I'm proud of the way Acton has stepped up. Thank you. Now on to manager. Yeah.
I have a lot to share later in the meeting. I'll defer.
Members? Dean?
Thank you. A couple of updates. Recently, I was made aware that there's a rumor going around that the town is going to prohibit vehicular traffic down Forest Road, and it would severely impact the operation of the transfer station. In point of fact, there's been no discussion on the Select Board or in the DPW Building Committee meetings about doing any sort of prohibition on Forest Road. Forest Road's a public road. Anybody at any time can drive down that road for any purpose. That said, the new proposed site plan for the proposed DPW building will not allow access from Forest Road into the transfer station, nor has that been the situation ever. It's always been the traffic all ends up having to enter from Route 2. I don't expect there'll be any changes with that whatsoever, but as far as the status of Forest Road, as a public road that people can drive down in order to access Route 2 and Hosmer Street and Minot at the other end, that remains unchanged. Secondly, I'll announce that I will be running for re-election. I have assembled sufficient signatures, and I will be submitting my nomination papers to run for my third term later on this week. And finally, a bit of sad news. George Robinson passed on recently. He was our police chief for a number of years. He was a graduate of Acton Buckborough High School. He served in the United States Marines from 1963 to 1967 during the Vietnam era. He was appointed as a patrolman in Acton in 1968. He achieved the rank of sergeant in 1973. And he served for 16 years as police chief, retiring in 1999. Back very early in my career with the town of Acton, I served under George as an auxiliary officer, a dispatcher, and as a special police officer. George was an excellent person. Probably because of his Marine Corps background, you always knew exactly where you stood when you spoke with George. So he will be certainly missed. He was, I would call him a transition chief, because you think about the growth of the town during his tenure. The population of the town doubled. The size of the police force doubled. And a lot of attitudes about law enforcement changed dramatically. So he really helped set up the transition to the more modern police department that we have right now. Visiting hours for George will be on Thursday, January 23rd at the Acton Funeral Home. Thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa?
Thanks. I just wanted to let everybody know that the Council on Aging is creating a rainbow planning team to explore programming needs for Acton's LGBTQ older adults. And the first meeting is happening Wednesday, January 29th at 2 p.m. It will be via Zoom, and if you're interested, please contact Chris Chirokas at the Senior Center, Council on Aging. And just a note from the Water District, at the most recent meeting of the commissioners, the manager was discussing the funding that came in for the PFAS removal systems that are being installed at the water treatment plants, and wanted to emphasize that we had really fortunate timing for drinking water loans. So the principal is being forgiven. Right now, there are limits to the loan amounts that communities are receiving, and loans are either not favorable conditions or not even available now. So the community can be grateful that the Water District moved so quickly to address the PFAS issue. On a related note, for 2024, the PFAS testing of all of our treatment plants was under the mass limit of 20 parts per trillion, except for one test early in the year, which was marginally high at 20.7 parts per trillion, and that was at the North Acton plant. And since the summertime, the North Acton plant, PFAS removal has been online, and all of the testing has been no detect for PFAS. The South Acton and Central Acton treatment plant PFAS removal should come online this year. And I just want to take the opportunity to remind everyone that reverse osmosis systems, which also you can install in a home or a building to remove PFAS, those are actually prohibited by Title V from buildings that have septic, which is like 90% of the town. Even package treatment plants are Title V septic. I often see folks recommending on social media to other people in town get reverse osmosis. Not only does it waste an inordinate amount of water, but they are prohibited, and just keep an ear out if you are looking to put filter systems in your homes or in your businesses. Make sure that the person that you're working with, that there are a couple of companies that have installed reverse osmosis in Acton, even though they are not permitted in buildings with septic. So just a public service announcement.
Thank you, Alyssa. So not at this time, sorry. I don't know if there will be another opportunity. If you can email, that would be great. Thank you. Any other member? Jim?
Acton now has a public fast DC charger, a level 3 charger at the intersection of 27 and 2A. It's been operational for a little while, but I'm mentioning it because this Thursday from 3 to 4:30, the town, along with Energize Acton, is celebrating the chargers there. Will be offering people hot chocolate, hot coffee, some treats. So come on by Thursday, 3 to 4:30, and enjoy watching the electrons.
Thank you. David, no. Okay, and on our next agenda item, we're thrilled to have our Representative Simon Cataldo with us to give us a legislative update. Yeah, sure.
Madam Chair, thank you. Members of the Select Board, members of the Finance Committee, Mr. Town Manager, Tom, thanks so much for having me in today. I know you have a very full agenda. I prepared a short presentation. I'm going to kind of rifle through these points and happy to take any questions in your discretion. Let me just start by saying that I represent 4 communities, and I talk to colleagues for all 351 municipalities in Massachusetts. And I understand that now is a really hard time to be working or volunteering at the municipal level. We have this confluence of inflation over the past several years and Prop 2.5, and it's tough, and the numbers don't work all the time. And in the meantime, the increases in state aid of all types have not kept pace with the rise in costs. So that's putting everybody in a tough spot. I know there was recently an override, and it's a hard time to be in your position. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for your continued stewardship of the town and of the well-being of its residents. We can go to the next slide, Tom. So just a quick recap, and these numbers are probably familiar to those of you on the Finance Committee and probably everybody here. We did have a 4.6% increase in unrestricted general aid, which goes to municipalities. That was more than the increase in '24, but again, does not keep up with inflation. So it's about 1.72 million for fiscal year 25 to the town. Chapter 90 is a little bit harder to say because the fair share amendment, the so-called millionaires tax that passed on the state ballot, those additions haven't really been appropriated yet for this fiscal year. We can go to the next slide. Chapter 70 is something that I've really been focusing on since I came into office a couple of years ago. We did have a historic increase in the per pupil spending for minimum aid communities, of which Acton is one, up to $104 per pupil. I'd like to see that number increase significantly this next fiscal year, and we'll be working on that. And I know the rest of the legislative delegation in Acton feels the same way. The town did a really good job of getting state grants So credit to the town staff and everybody who participated in seeking those grants, asking me and other members of the delegation for letters in support. So the town received over $500,000 in state grants. I know that's not free money because you need the staff to work on that, but hopefully you felt that that was worthwhile. Certainly the number in total grant money would indicate that it was. Just a couple of items of interest. We did have a very productive legislative session substantively this year. We had the second major climate and energy bill passed in the last 3 years. One issue that I know was very important for a lot of residents of Acton was Massport and modernizing Massport. We are, of course, close to Hanscom. A lot of folks here care about the proposed expansion of private jet hangars. I know it's a quality of life in addition to climate issue and emissions issue here. We did a lot of kind of foundational work in terms of siting and permitting, which was really kind of the bottleneck to increasing our capacity for clean energy in Massachusetts from a number of different sources. If anybody wants to know more details about that, you should feel free to reach out to my office. I know we have a bunch of experts in the room and on the boards as well. A number of other significant bills included a bill on long-term health, a bill on maternal health and maternal health equity. We have the lowest rate of gun deaths in the nation in Massachusetts. On top of that, this session, we passed what I think is the best and most comprehensive firearm safety law in the nation. We made our largest historic investment in housing, over $1 billion bond bill, and there are a number of policy provisions in that as well. We have the most generous, and that may not be the best term, but it's the one I'll use now, the most generous veterans benefits in the nation of any state. And we added to that now. We have a great veteran services agent here who works with veterans in the town of Acton. I would just encourage you, and I know that the town staff is briefed on some of the changes to the law and the expansions and benefits. So for veterans, I hope you reach out to the agent and make sure that you're taking advantage of what the legislature did this session. Towards the very end of the session, we passed a number of healthcare reforms. I know obviously Neshoba's closure had a big impact among a number of residents of Acton and of course the surrounding area, trying to plug holes in what is a system that's in dire need of some help to prevent that from happening again, but does not, of course, fix what happened there. You can go to the next one. I know there's a lot of interest in town, and I've received a lot of outreach from Actonians about what's happening at MCI Concord. I wrote the legislation that was signed into law last session concerning the redevelopment of that property. I'm working very closely with the town's committee, which has been stood up to work with DCAM, the Department of Capital Asset Management and Maintenance, which is receiving the conveyance of the entire parcel. And there's what I think to be an excellent state and local collaboration going on. There are lines of communications available with that committee itself. Certainly, I'm happy to facilitate that because I know obviously this has a major impact on Acton, especially the Rotary. The legislative delegation, including Senator Eldridge, Senator Sina, and I have a couple of meetings lined up with both virtually and in person in the month of January with MassDOT. Part of the legislation that I wrote requires MassDOT to consult with DCAM and all of the other major stakeholders to make sure that nothing is taken by surprise because there is a lot of dexterity available to fix the Rotary, finally, that's been opened up by the closure of this prison. That's a 65-acre site, and a bunch of it can be cleaved off to do an overpass or a number of other changes that MassDOT is drawing up and considering now. Just want to, so I don't have my committee assignments yet for this session. I was appointed and am serving for the next year as the co-chair of this nation's first state commission on combating anti-Semitism. And I wanted to of course, solicit any input from that. Folks should feel free to reach out to me. I know there's a thriving Jewish and many community here and community of many faiths here in Acton. But I did want to point out that Superintendent Light came to the second hearing for the commission. He presented on what Acton Boxborough schools and the broader Acton Boxborough community is doing to combat anti-Semitism, and it was so exemplary. He presented for about 20 minutes. We had to have somebody else come and present, and then the commissioners called him back to continue. I've gotten so much really positive feedback from his presentation. I know that it's not just him. There's a lot of hands on deck helping with what the community has done, but it really did make an impact. What he did and what AB is doing is going to make it into the report and the recommendations. I feel very confident. But what that presentation really reflected very well on the community. I'm going to be filing a number of bills, small and large, this session. Starting from the bottom, Acton has a number of home rule petitions that Rep. Sena and I will be filing in the House. All of those there are refiles from previous sessions. I'm working with the Massachusetts Teachers Association to file a new bill for pay equity in retirement for teachers who have taken part-time during child-raising years. Right now, there's not an equitable opportunity to buy back retirement time for that time. So sounds a little bit wonky, but it really affects a lot of teachers, especially in our area. I'm the Speaker's appointee on the Office of Restorative Justice. The Acton Police Department has been vocal in supporting restorative justice practices and actually came to the State House to advocate for it. And I'm the House appointee on the statewide committee that is working on that. I'm filing a bill to create the state's first Office of Restorative Justice in January. Another bill that has a specific connection to Acton is a bill that I'm filing for the first time. It's a refile from last year relating to dark money in local government, particularly on town warrant articles. You may be aware that there's a loophole in the state's otherwise, I think, excellent campaign finance laws for town meeting warrant articles that will not go to the ballot. So that's mostly, and you're the experts, but mostly anything besides a Prop 2.5 override or a Community Preservation Act warrant article. So unlike when we when we have campaigns for our select board or school committee members or other local measures that will go to the town ballot, there's no oversight, there are no reporting requirements imposed by the state on town meeting warrant articles. This has been a problem locally. It's been a problem especially on the Cape because a lot of money is coming into some of these warrant articles. There's absolutely no transparency. You don't know who's giving it or how much. We've had examples in our area of really significantly funded, usually corporate funded efforts to affect town meeting warrant articles. And so filing a statewide bill, obviously we live in a town, this is a town meeting town, so it could have an effect here. I'm going to stop there. We can go to the next one. Just a couple of things that, and I just want to also compliment the select board and the town staff at the great communication we have. And this slide is really about kind of what's coming up. So we have a filing deadline. All legislators have to file their timely filed bills by January 17th. I'll be getting my committee assignments likely in February or March, and then we'll have the House budget. And for those of you who aren't familiar with this process, I solicit from the select board and the town manager budget priorities, both statewide and local earmark budget priorities, and I'm looking forward to getting that input and having that communication ahead of when I need to make my asks, which typically is March for the next fiscal year. Right now, and this is of course subject to your additional input, my budget priorities are the following: Chapter 70 and other local aid. I just believe as a value proposition that is money well spent in a relative sense in terms of the taxpayers, because I think that the four communities that I represent are very good custodians of those funds. And based on my interaction the last 2 years and before that, I feel like the most vulnerable people who most need government help are most likely to ask for it and get it from our local communities. So that's why I think that state aid for the UGGA, Chapter 70, et cetera, is well spent on local aid. The special education circuit breaker is something that has been a major topic of interest in Acton and elsewhere because, and I think that largely the source of it is the rapidly rising costs of out-of-district special education schools that far outpace what residents of Acton and state taxpayers are paying for regular public schools. And then, of course, we have some uncertainty coming up in terms of funding for Massachusetts generally in light of the new federal administration change, and that's something that's going to require dexterity and a lot of attention, and we may have to pivot in a number of different ways. So I'll rely on you all, of course, as I have since I got in, to communicate with me and make sure that I know what it is you want to see happen. And of course, we'll be happy to continue discussions about local earmarks as well. I think that's it. My contact information is up there. I really love it when you contact me, so please feel free to do that. And again, want to thank you for all the great work that all of you are doing.
Thank you, Simon, so much. I appreciate the deadlines for your legislative, bills filing. That escapes me a lot of times. Were you wanting questions from our?
I'm happy to answer any questions at your discretion, or we could
questions
have other
for Simon,
conversations.
No? David?
Thank you for coming in. I just have a comment just to put on your list. I didn't see on your list. 2 of your towns have commuter rail stations. The MBTA did not get dealt with along with other public transportation authorities last year. The MBTA is in a really tough situation due to lots of historical reasons, which we obviously are not going into here. Is that something that's on your list anywhere? Because, as time goes on and traffic builds up more and more between here and Boston, we are pretty close to, pre-COVID levels of use of the train. And so I think it's only going to go up from here.
Which is a good thing, and we want to support that. The House leadership has been very clear that it wants, and I think we will see this in the House budget bill, a very substantial portion of the fair share funds to be dedicated to transportation, specifically the MBTA. The governor, within days, it was announced, I saw it today in the news, within days is going to release her transportation funding plan. Subject to the continued input of residents from Acton and Concord, especially because of the commuter rail, Carlisle and Chelmsford, of course, as well, is what you want to see in terms of changes to our commuter rail schedule. We had a really big positive development, which was the resumption of the express service from South Acton not long ago. And a lot of other communities around Massachusetts have been seeing these service increases. And I think there's a general sense, it's a sense that I have, that the general manager is doing a really good job at the MBTA. I'm not satisfied with the frequency of service, in particular, coming out of South Acton and going through the Fitchburg line. I hear this especially from young parents who have kids in daycare, that the frequency in the morning just is not working for them. So this is something that I am advocating for, is to get some frequency increases, and that may be a long fight or it may be a short fight. We have seen some pretty significant changes recently, so I'm hopeful that it's worthwhile to make that effort. But I just want to reemphasize that I want to hear from residents about what changes they want to see based on their commuting experience, because that helps me advocate properly.
Thank you. Jim?
Hi, Simon. I wanted to get your advice about something. So the Massachusetts House legislative process is incredibly not transparent. I mean, it's very frustrating as an outsider to track the progress on a bill, to understand who voted what for what. So it's hard for us to, effectively advocate. And I'm wondering if you had any advice about how, those of us, on the outside, what we can do to help open up that process to be more transparent about votes and discussions and, anything vaguely similar to the open meeting law that could actually apply to the state legislature would be, a great step forward. So just looking for advice.
So the special commission, Jim, that I represent, that I co-chair, that I mentioned a minute ago, is actually subject to the open meeting law. And so I have, or arguably subject to the open meeting law. We are operating it as if it's subject to the open meeting law. And through that process, the challenges of running an open meeting that many of you have explained to me, but that I didn't experience myself, have become more clear. At the same time, I think that's been an important experience for me to better understand how to balance these things. The Speaker of the House, you mentioned the House, the Speaker of the House said in his opening speech when we started the session that this is going to be a focus, that there are going to be changes. There are discussions going on now about changes to rules relating to transparency. I've only been there for 2 years, but those statements that he made were unlike anything that I had heard before. I think that we are, I think that the sum and substance of it was, I put on up on the board a lot of major legislation that happened, significant substantive legislation that happened. People who have been there for a long time have said that this was a historic session in terms of the merits of the bills and the substance that was passed. However, there is now an express and public acknowledgement that if the public does not feel that it is sufficiently involved in the process, cannot track the process sufficiently to effectively advocate, then that's something that has to change. And so those conversations are happening now, separately from question one, in terms of the rules and the joint rules. And I expect that we'll see changes, certainly that's underway, and that's going to be a big focus, I think, of the first couple months of the session. But points very well taken.
Thank you so much, Simon, for coming in. Oh, Greg.
If it's kosher. There is a provision that the Mass Municipal Association has been lobbying for about hybrid meetings.
Yes.
And apparently that is due to lapse this spring.
In March, I think.
Yeah. And I was having coffee this morning with a member of one of the town boards who basically said if they can't get their elderly representatives to participate via Zoom, they would lose them, and they would probably lose a quorum, and therefore the committee could no longer meet. So I was wondering, is that something we're likely to see happen before March?
So I think, Greg, so first of all, there were 2 bills filed that would have more permanently extended that. I supported both of them. I've heard since the moment I was elected from all of my communities, I would say especially Carlisle, because transportation can be tougher over there when the weather's bad. But all of the communities need this. I live in a household that has depended upon Zoom meetings in order to do, public participation in town affairs. On the merits, entirely agree. To me, the question is whether it's going to be an extension or whether there's going to be a permanent solution or a longer term solution put into place. I do not think that the town committees need to worry about kind of April, May, June. It's really, and I'm advocating for something more certain for a longer period of time. But among my colleagues, I haven't spoken to one who thinks that it's a bad idea to extend those.
Thank you. It's a good question. I think we're all set. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming.
For having
Yep.
me.
So on to our public hearings. Both public hearings have been extended. Our first 7:10, the applicant has requested to continue to January 27th, 2025 at 7:20 PM. And our second 7:15 public hearing has requested to continue to February 3rd, 2025 at 7:10 PM. And then on to new and special business, presentation of the town manager's recommended fiscal year 2026 municipal operating budget and capital plan. And we have FinCom here to join us.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm John Mangiarotti, the town manager. It's an honor to be in front of the Select Board and the Finance Committee for this presentation of our recommended budget for fiscal year 2026. As I stood up here earlier, figuring out if the room was set up properly, I tried to remember how many presentations I've done. This is my 7th budget presentation. And I really enjoy this part of my job, and this is what we work all year towards developing. And I want to thank the departments that work very hard to provide budgets and requests and thoughtful proposals for us to review. The budget team this year was Tom Bejan, our assistant town manager, Mary Ann Fleckner, our administration and finance director, and our budget manager, Ellie Anderson. And all the other finance team members and other folks were very much involved too. Very much a team effort. So I wanted to just dive right in here. This budget process started in August, where we gave a preview of where we might be going with the budget. We gave a revenue update in October, provided information about preliminary level services and capital needs in November, presented our capital plan in December, and here we are with the budget. And then we have budget workshops with this body again, starting Wednesday and then the following Tuesday as we move forward in the budget process. Every budget is framed by the select board goals. The next 2 pages of the slide deck, which this slide deck was in the packet over the weekend. Hopefully you had a chance to take a look at it. So I'll go through it pretty quickly. The goals drive what we put into our budgets, the work that we do, the grants that we apply for, the requests that we have of our legislators for earmarks are all based on select board goals. And those are an important part of how we move forward. The budget book was published about a week ago. It's just under 200 pages. There's a lot of content in there. I'm excited that this year we've added some things to increase transparency, provide more data for those that want it, and also use more narrative to highlight the work that our departments do every day. I want to thank Ellie for taking the lead on that process. Some of the items in the budget are listed here, and I hope you have a chance to check that out, and if you have any questions, please reach out to me. To prepare a budget, we need to first understand the revenues. This year, our revenues have a similar mix. If you look at the pie chart, almost 90% of the revenue we use for the operating budget is from property taxes. About 1% is from state aid, and the rest are from other sources. This year is unique because an override was passed last year. Thank you to voters and both at town meeting and at the town election. That override added $6.6 million to the levy in FY25, so that became $110 million. And as you can see on this chart, we, as a policy decision, withheld just over 1.2 million of that levy in the first year. The budget that we prepared for you that we're sharing tonight accounts for withholding approximately 1.3, of that levy. If everything shakes out with the ALG process, that's where we would be going forward. But that's something that we'll continue to discuss as we get through the budget process. The next item that we often talk about in budgeting is reserves. And over the last 5 or 6 years, we've worked hard to keep our reserves at a level that we feel is appropriate. The Finance Committee in the past has recommended that we maintain between 3 to 5% of our operating budget in reserves. We think that's a good target to work from. We're there now, and I expect that we'll stay there going forward. This bar chart shows both free cash, which is light blue, and then our capital stabilization fund, with just over 1.5 million in it, is the dark blue. In our budget, as I mentioned, we highlight everything that every department does, but we also try to highlight some of the larger initiatives that we're investing in. This year, we're investing in electrifying and replacing the HVAC system in this building. That's a project that we've been working on for a few years. We used ARPA funding to do the design for that project, so it's well underway. It's something that's been recommended as part of our roadmap for electrifying town buildings over the next decade. We're also continuing to invest in traffic calming, continuing to invest in sidewalks and intersection improvements. There is a long list of ones that we want to do, and we do our best to work within the Select Board's prioritization to tackle some every year. And our Department of Public Works does a really nice job with that, and we plan to do more of that next year. Sustainability initiatives, we'll keep moving forward on many of those, which we highlight throughout the year. Something else new this year is town meeting last year, or it might have been the year before, passed a citizen petition saying that we should provide some type of subsidy to residents that want to use a transfer station. And so we've included a new program that does that. And additionally, we are proposing part of that subsidy program providing childcare subsidies, which started around 2020. And we've done them for the last few years with federal grant funds. So we're proposing to bring those in as part of the ongoing programs this year with $40,000 for those two initiatives. Our public safety programs are in need of some adjustments. We're proposing a new administrative lieutenant for the police department. Our department has turned over many retirees over the last few years, and we have a whole new workforce. And it's exciting, but there's a need for more supervision. We have new technology that our police department is using, like body cameras, which creates a whole different scope of work for a supervisor that didn't exist a few years ago. And so having just 2 lieutenants, we feel, is not enough, given a modern police department like we have. So that's in this budget. We're continuing to upgrade our radio infrastructure, which we started last year. With our fire department, the fire chief has requested that we add staffing across the department, as much as 8 firefighters. We're not in a position to bring that many people in just because of the constraints we have. But I am recommending that we add 2 firefighters to complement the 2 impact shift personnel, which would add 1 more person to each of the 4 groups that run through the fire department, so that we have that much more coverage for filling overtime shifts, that much more coverage to provide adequate response to the community when there's a fire. Another area in the fire department that we've made an investment in this year is fire prevention. We do not have a fire prevention office. Many communities of our size have that service, and it's something that we really need. Our fire chief and our deputy fire chief take the lead on that, and then the officers and members of the department each do work on it every day, and it really takes away from training and other things that they need to be doing because there's not anyone else dedicated to that work. We're proposing to fund that with a revolving fund so that it wouldn't have an immediate impact on the operating budget. It's something that we think is important, and we look forward to discussing further. We're also investing in a new fire engine. Thank you for expediting the approval of the ambulance at the recent special town meeting. Along those same lines, we really can't use the fleet replacement schedule that we had in place for the fire department because of the significant lead times for everything. So we're expediting the entire schedule to this new normal of how long it takes to get these things. And then we'll hopefully be able to recalibrate going forward and have a similar life cycle replacement program that we had intended. If we order a fire engine right now, we wouldn't get it for 2 or 3 years anyway. So we really need to get these authorizations in place to adequately have apparatus for our team. We also are trying to replace our firefighter gear with PFAS-free gear. It's not available yet on the market, but we expect it to be, and we hope that we'll be able to acquire it as soon as it becomes available. I also wanted to mention that the library had a major addition about 20, maybe 30 years ago. And the bathrooms are the same ones that they put in at that time, and that's our most heavily used building in town. And so we're looking to replace the first floor bathrooms and the carpets as well. That's in the Acton Memorial Library right next door. A large project that we'll be discussing more in this meeting is investing in the new DPW facility project. This is a select board goal that we have incorporated in our recommendation. We're also making investments in roofing systems and other facility needs that have been identified and quantified in our capital plan. Mentioned earlier in the evening was tax relief for residents. Our assessor's office runs a robust program offering various exemptions and abatements and deferrals. CJ, who's our principal assessor, thinks that we might have one of the better offerings in the state in terms of what you're able to access. Our effort is to try to make sure everybody knows about it. And we continue to do that. They make presentations to Senior Center and to other local civic organizations, and we appreciate any support you can provide in sharing the information about our property tax relief programs. As we prepare the budget, I wanted to just highlight that while a lot of the things that we do the same, we also take great efforts to try different ways to do things, make things more efficient. We share services. We're sharing an electrical inspector. We're sharing a veterans officer. We're about to ask the board to approve a new sharing agreement with 2 communities for one of our transportation programs. We were able to negotiate with Case Collaborative and the school district to offset some of the cost of the fuel depot that we're currently constructing. We've reorganized departments to leverage technology and have less staffing or use staffing in different ways. We have a town services hotline that was stood up entirely with existing staff. And while we've had a lot of turnover and changes in the organization, we've still been able to maintain that service without adding any specific dedicated people to it, just using existing staffing. We also bring in millions of dollars a year in grants. This past year, I think it was $1.5 million in the last 6 months, and there's a few listed here. These are things that are in our capital plan. These are priorities of the board. These are priorities of the community. And instead of asking for them in the operating budget, we find ways to fund them through grants that are available. So I'm really excited about the work that our departments do to go after these grants. And it is a little bit of work to administer them and the paperwork, but it's worth it. And we're happy to do it. So there's another page of those grants, which I encourage you to check out. And in the end, the budget that we're proposing and that we've outlined in the 198-page budget book, which we'll be presenting in detail starting Wednesday night, is a $40,940,000 budget, which is 4.79% over last year. When you consider offsets and subsidies, and then you consider the capital, which I'll get into in a moment, the total net requested increase over last year is 4.56%. There are substantial needs in this organization, particularly in capital, that we include in this budget, which has helped the number to be higher than maybe people would want it to be. But that being said, there are several things that we deferred. Going into the capital plan, there are 111 investments that we've identified over the next 10 years. In fiscal year 26, there were 30 projects. We're not able to do 30 projects next year. As I mentioned, we leverage grants and we find other sources to get these projects completed, but some of them just have to be deferred. One way that we pay for capital, and I think it's a way that makes a lot of sense, is to borrow for it. When we're buying a fire truck or we're replacing a building or other things that are going to be benefiting the community for the next 20 to 30 years, what we do is we borrow for it, so the next 20 to 30 years will be used to pay for it, rather than trying to save up money now to pay for it out of pocket, like you may do with your own personal finances. We don't do it that way. I was talking to a select board member about this earlier this week. It's a different strategy, but I think it makes sense for local governments to borrow for big projects. And so right now, our existing debt service schedule, which is outlined in detail in the budget book, is also shown on this graph with excluded debt and non-excluded debt in different colors. This year, we're proposing in the FY26 budget to borrow for 5 projects. The first is the HVAC and electrification project here for this building. This room is usually hot as could be. And I was, in the back of my mind, I was kind of hoping it would be hot during this presentation, just so I could say, well, that's why we're replacing it. It happens to be that we got it tweaked just right, so it's perfect for you all here in the building. Anyways, the system is old, the system needs to be replaced. And while we're doing it, we'd like to electrify the systems. We're investing $1.9 million in complete streets and sidewalks. This is less than what the DPW director identified as needs, but it's a substantial investment in what we know there's a lot of demand for in the community. I mentioned the fire engine. That's a $1.5 million investment. Stormwater is something that we have been analyzing and understand that there are millions of dollars that need to be invested over the next decade to bring all of our stormwater infrastructure to where it should be. That's culverts, bridges are the most expensive portions, but there's also smaller parts of that, like stormwater drainage systems, that all need work. And we're proposing to continue investing in that at the rate of $850,000 for this upcoming year. And then the final borrowing project is to continue replacing our radio system. This is the radio system that police and fire use, and also we're trying to make it accessible to public works, who also are part of the response when things are happening in a community. This would be not just handheld radios, it would be the base stations and all the other things that go into running a radio system. Those are the projects that we're proposing. There are several projects that I presented a few weeks ago that we're proposing to defer. I look forward to any feedback if you think some of these projects should be switched to the other page, but there's been a lot of interest in the Hayward and Main intersection. We have a fully designed project. However, I think there may be some more work we need to do with the state to see whether there's other funding available for this project. So I'm recommending that we defer it, as much as I know that it's a public safety need, given the other priorities and some of the feedback that I received. That's what we're recommending. The library and town hall parking lot reconstruction, that is certainly a need as well. However, if we're going to be using geothermal wells, for example, for the electrification of this building, it makes sense to figure that out first before we redo the whole back parking lot. So that's the reason that we're deferring that. The window replacements of the fire stations, I think those can wait until next year, and they certainly should wait until we talk more about the capital plans in those individual facilities. Finally, the Maple Street parking lot that we need to do over, we are about to sign a lease with the food pantry for them to use the building there, and we're hoping that that will attract some external funding to help us get that project completed without borrowing and using local funds. If not, it'll probably be back in another year for consideration. That's borrowing. We're also proposing we're proposing $960,000 in free cash projects. These are projects that we pay for right away rather than paying for them over a period of time. We're continuing our police cruiser replacement program. We're making various building improvements in accordance with the facility study recommendations, replacing and outfitting a fire command vehicle, investing $90,000 in traffic calming measures such as studies and small improvements to different neighborhoods and sidewalks based on prioritizations. This is the PFAS-free turnout gear that we're hoping to acquire. Again, these are the handheld radios, roof design for six facilities. That was the title of the request when it was 150,000. I reduced it to 50,000, so we're not going to be able to design 6 roofs with 50, but we'll design as many as we can. Clickers, we need to replace our clickers for town meeting. They're very popular and an important tool that our town meeting members use, and the technology that we have is due to be replaced. It's a pretty big investment. We can rent them, but we need to have a substantial lot that we own to make it more cost-effective, and just rent when we know we have a huge a night planned. Continuing vegetation management, the child care subsidy and transfer station subsidy, I mentioned that earlier. And of course, the 4th of July celebration we brought back last year. The funding that we're asking for here would be for the celebration that would be in 2026, because the celebration for this coming July was funded at the last town meeting. Special revenue, as I mentioned, we find creative ways to fund capital needs. The locker room at the public safety facility needs to be replaced. The female locker room is not adequate for the workforce that we have and that we want in our police department, so we need to make changes there. And the sprinkler system is in need of some pretty substantial rehabilitation. That's an important project. That building's open 24 hours a day. Rather than borrowing for that, we're proposing to use sale proceeds. Another project that we would use that for is the bathrooms and the carpets at the Memorial Library they mentioned earlier, and then some other capital projects in our facilities. The sale proceeds are from the sale of the Kennedy Landscaping Building that is on Main Street. That parcel is being sold to the Acton Housing Authority. The sale will be for $1 million. It'll be tomorrow, actually. And so once that is received, when you sell real estate, you can use the proceeds for investing in something that's of a similar nature. In other words, you couldn't use that $1 million to hire staff. You could use it for another major capital project like land or buildings. And so we're proposing to use it for buildings. We're also looking at using our revolving funds to do work on our stormwater management program and make investments in other major important things using other funds. The large project that I wanted to mention is the DPW facility project. This is something that the board and the town have been talking about for several years. We're proposing to move forward with this project based on the prioritization of the select board. The current cost estimate is $43 million. This is not including some value engineering that we're in the process of. There are options to reduce the costs. In addition to value engineering, we could potentially use stabilization to reduce the borrowing. We could, and we are also counting on some substantial incentives and tax rebates from some of the federal programs that are out there. As mentioned, the $43 million project would be to replace our existing DPW facility with a new one. There is a lot of information about this project at actonma.gov/DPW facility. I will go through briefly some timeline. The project was first presented in 2021, then a committee was established the following year, and then it led to an appropriation at the May 1st, 23 town meeting for $1.2 million for design. That is the fund that we've used to get to the project to where we are today. There will be work that continues. Why do we need a new building? The DPW committee, which is chaired by Dean Charter, has done a nice job of sharing information about that at regular public meetings, but I would go through some of it here with you tonight. The bottom line is that extensive and expensive structural upgrades are required to meet our operational needs. Renovating the facility is too costly, and if we did that, it still wouldn't meet our operational requirements. And so the following slides I've gone through, and I'll do it quickly because you've seen it all maybe on the slides if you looked at them, but I just wanted to highlight several things about the current facility that we're hoping to improve with the new facility. So the first one would be safety. We don't have a space that's properly designed to separate vehicles from people and the fumes associated with that. The new building would be fully compliant with all air controls in place, and it would be a big improvement for the health and safety of our employees. The current facility doesn't have proper facilities for anyone, particularly for women. And so one of the things that a new facility would get us would be code-compliant locker room toilets for men and women, and that would help with our retention and recruitment, which is an important part of running a DPW operation. There are no collaborative spaces to speak of. There is a lunchroom that can be used to collaborate, but it's not enough room to fit the workforce. So a new building would have an appropriate meeting space for staff to meet with vendors and contractors. It would have adequate space for training, which would improve the training of the workforce and also the morale of the workforce. Neighborhood impacts. Right now, this is what it looks like behind the building. This is facing Forest Road. As you can see, there's a garage bay, and you can't see it, but there's a lot of activity that goes on behind the building. The plan that we have going forward would have nothing going on behind the building. It would just be a big, huge wall. What that would do would be, it would make it quieter for the people that live along Forest Road. There'd be less disruption from sound, less disruption from light. So realigning the building would make it a better neighbor, so to speak. The vehicle storage is a really interesting part of this, and I think we actually recorded a video to try to show what it's like to get the trucks into this format every night. But the current facility lacks space to store these vehicles, and it impacts our response time. It uses time every afternoon and sometimes in the morning to get equipment where it needs to be deployed how it has to be. A new facility would have a big enough space to have a drive aisle down the middle so that you could just grab the loader or whatever you need and take it to the job site instead of having to move 6 things to get the loader out. Along the same lines, the vehicle maintenance operation, they do a really excellent job, but the space that they have and the tools and the height of the facility isn't adequate for the huge and heavy duty and critical equipment that they're maintaining to keep it safe for our employees. Finally, from an environmental standpoint, washing vehicles or not washing vehicles and having the rain run off into the parking lot, into the nearby streams is not a situation that we want to continue for much longer. The proposed facility would have a way for our vehicles to be washed in a protected environment, which would improve the water quality in the nearby area and be part of a best practice for environmental controls. So debt exclusion is a difficult thing to ask folks to consider, and I fully understand that. I know the select board fully understands that. I think the one piece that I keep going back to is that it's not a need that's gonna change or go away. The building, if we spent millions of dollars to renovate it, we would still need to replace it eventually, and the cost to do that would be substantial. And I tried to put together some metrics for what it would look like on the following page. If you take a $43 million estimate in 2025 and you decide to just kind of put it on the shelf and revisit it in 5 years, the number goes up substantially. I think 27% if you wait 5 years. So there certainly is an understanding that coming off of an override, the optics of requesting a debt exclusion are challenging, but I think the optics of waiting have a financial impact, or the reality of waiting has a financial impact. That is worth considering, and I ask you to consider that. The next steps, we have an open house planned on the 25th, 10 a.m. to noon. We encourage you to come check out the facility. If you can't be there, we do have a video of a similar event that we held last year on our website, but I encourage you to come to that, the 25th from 10 a.m. to noon. There will also be a public meeting, I believe in this room, of the DPW Building Committee on the 28th. We'll continue value engineering, the design development process. If everything goes the way that we're proposing, we would start construction about a year from now. And the project would be expedited based on some feedback we got early in the process from the Finance Committee, where the project was initially proposed to be in phases. We got some valuable feedback that said there's a way to do this differently, and we've taken that feedback and changed the project to shorten the timeline, but it still will be a multi-year project. This is not something that we need to discuss tonight, but if those are interested, what a ballot question would look like, this is what it would look like. It asks the town to exempt from provisions of 2.5 the amount required to pay for the cost of the building. That is the end of the presentation as it relates to the Public Works facility. I have the slide showing the total budget summary up here now. And I'd just like to kick it to the last slide and thank you all for your time tonight. I look forward to any feedback you have tonight. I look forward to your feedback at the budget workshops and throughout the process. This is, last year, I think we set a new standard for how we do this budget, and we're following that again this year with the early presentations, constructive feedback all along the way. And although this is a recommended budget, I expect that that feedback continues and that feedback shapes what ultimately gets sent from the Select Board to the Finance Committee when that's due in early March. This is a project that we also used grant funds to help fund in addition to CPA funds. We restored the Isaac Davis Monument this past year, and it looks beautiful, especially at night.
Thank you, John. Are we taking questions or?
I would appreciate any feedback, comments, questions.
yeah.
We did start to get questions from Finance Committee members, which we intend to provide responses to in writing like we normally do. Our target is to just have those published before the night that the questions relate to it. So the questions for Wednesday night we'll have ready by then, or all of them. And any that we get afterwards, we'll get them out as soon as we can.
Okay. Are you, Dean?
Thank you, John. A couple of questions I got having to do with the capital plan that I hope during the presentations over the next couple of days, they can address some of my questions. At one point, you're talking about a $25,000 study of the streetlights. And I'd like to hear more about that, and especially what we need to do in addition to study the streetlights is to start fixing them. And hopefully the DPW director will be able to address that as a plan of what's going to be done to replace the existing burned out streetlights, of which there are dozens around town, in addition to whatever is going to be teased out with the study. So I hope Corey can give us some information on that. Another point, you're talking about $25,000 for invasives. I'd like to hear more about what's planned with that. I think in the past I've heard that it has to do with mowing and that sort of thing on some of the conservation areas, which is a great idea. It's something that's been done for years. Is this $25,000 from capital, is that going to enhance that, or is that a one-time effort? If it's going to be a one-time effort, what can you do to guarantee that the invasives are not going to come back, which frankly is a daunting challenge? So I'd like to hear something about the vegetation management plan that would accompany that invasives control program that you've got in mind. And finally, I'd like to hear more about the ins and outs of the child care subsidy. This is certainly a new program for the town. I know that we've used some federal funding during the pandemic because of some employment displacements that occurred during the pandemic, but to put this on as a routine program, I need to hear more about it. To expand and get into this area of work, it might be more appropriate to put this in as a separate warrant article, because my experience with government is things never get smaller, they always get bigger. And once we start down this road, I'm sure next year you'll be back for more money on that. The transfer station subsidy, at least, is in response to a citizen's petition. But I've got some severe questions about childcare. Why did this suddenly become a town of Acton problem? If these are related towards education, I would think it should be more something that should be in the bailiwick of the AB school system and not necessarily the town. So if during the presentations over the next few days, if you could have the appropriate people address those three issues, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Do you mind if I quickly respond now? So I think the vegetation management program is part of the 5-year vegetation management plan that we have on the municipal right-of-ways. This will be collection and disposal of vegetation and expansion of the town tree planting program to improve public spaces. I can do more at the next meeting. The child care subsidy is an economic development initiative. I think one of the things that we found is that people's ability to work is dependent on their ability to have their situation for child care supported. And in the program that we've had through different funding sources provided, I believe, $1,000 in a year to help support child care needs, to help people that need to get back to work, but we can certainly expand on that explanation on Wednesday night. And then the other one was streetlights. That's a good one. So that the energy efficiency program, the energy efficiency fund, is funding that we get from our solar projects. The revenue that we receive from solar revenue goes into energy efficiency fund, and we've used it for energy efficiency projects, such as replacing all streetlights. We know that there are some streetlights that have reached their useful life. Rather than just replacing ones that we see, we want to do a little bit of a study to determine the best technology to use, and also the technology that we can use that would maybe get us grant funding. And so that's why we're proposing to do it as a study first. We probably won't need $25,000 for the study, but we think if we had $25,000 to do a study and then start the replacement program, that's what the proposal is in the capital plan today. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Alyssa?
Thank you. I really appreciate all of the additions to the budget book. I haven't looked at very many of them, but it's really phenomenal to see all of the text and narrative that staff have added. I especially appreciated reading about recent accomplishments, goals for the next fiscal year, and also the budget process that's presented so clearly for folks who aren't involved in the budgeting process but will be voting for the budget. Those are really nice additions. I'm really excited about the goal to bring in-person credit card processing to the collector and clerk offices. I think that's going to be very popular with residents. And as a sewer ratepayer, I'm super excited about the goal to bring the sewer billing to quarterly rather than monthly. That's fabulous. And also the community needs assessment from the health department that's being funded by a grant. I have a couple of questions and just things I wanted to highlight. In the Public Works facility narrative, I think it's important for everybody to take note of the presentation of Acton's population in 1970. It was 14,770. Today's population is closer to 24,000. I remember this from years ago. Dean, you mentioned that it was undersized when it was constructed because, you know, being thrifty New Englanders, we didn't want to build a 36,000 square foot building. So the current building is only 19,000 square feet. So I think there's a lesson in that for us. Not only will the cost increase, but, you know, if we don't take care of this now for future generations, I think that we will leave future generations with a building that is not functionally operational. So I just wanted to highlight those details in that narrative. I know that there's a lot of concerns about whether this is the right-sized project, and the neighbors have some concerns about the fact that this is going to be a much larger building. So I think pointing to the fact that it wasn't large enough for the needs at the time when it was constructed, and also that a lot of the expansion in the size is due to the need to have more, I don't know what the word is, less problematic vehicle maneuvering to get, you know, a drive lane so that trucks can go in and out of there and we're not wasting time, and we can improve our response times, we can improve employee safety. I also am pretty confident that the committee will continue to find a way to bring the cost down with more value engineering, and we might not need to borrow as much because the contingency that's included in that is a pretty large sum. And then my questions are related to the free cash. I tried to calculate whether or not we're at the 3% that the Finance Committee prefers, and I think we might be above it, and if we are above it, I'm wondering how everybody feels about spending more free cash and bringing it closer to 3%. And then the other question is about the overlay. Because we used $884,000 last year, I'm wondering if it would be wise to increase that to $900,000, bring it up another $50,000.
Thank you. I think the last question is something that we did talk about through the ALG process. I think we had budgeted $800,000 and it came in at $893 this past year. So we've increased that to $850. We certainly could look at going up to $900,000 in terms of being conservative, but we can talk to the assessor's office about that, see if they have a recommendation.
One more thing that I wanted to point out is missing from the shared staffing slide is a health inspector. We are part of the Northwest, I can't remember what it's called. Northwest, do you know, John? Coalition, Northwest Coalition. So basically the Massachusetts Department of Health funds an inspector, and so she works among all of the towns that are in this coalition, and so I think it's 1 day a week or maybe 2 days a week she's doing food inspections. So that's another staff person that we can take advantage of, that we don't have to pay through out of the operating budget.
Thank you. Any questions? Fine, Jason?
I wanted to let the select board have first crack if they're all set.
You're all set.
I'd love to open it up to the finance committee.
Sure.
I'll start with Christie.
Seeing the slides presented on the DPW specifically today and hearing comments about it, I would like to request that the finance committee and the select board get together and have a potentially moderated discussion, because I can tell you we all are talking about completely different things here. And I think we need to get down the finance committee's concerns that I've heard stated repeatedly in meetings are not what is being addressed in slides that I see as attempting to convince us that the DPW project needs to happen. And those are two different issues of what does it cost and what needs to happen. I don't think this sort of back and forth, even I watched the discussion on the letters that were sent, and there's some important points that are getting missed in the current communication channel. So I would like to request, before we do too much more of this DPW-specific work, that we find a way to get everyone together and understand our various points of view, because this is a big project that I think we are currently having a large problem and a lot of energy spent because we're not hearing each other. I apologize for not speaking to my chair first, but this is, as a committee member, a strong opinion I hold.
I'm actually appreciative that we're all at the same table for the first time on this topic, so that's a wonderful thing. I will also state that at the last ALG meeting, we were asked, two representatives from the Finance Committee on the ALG were asked, what's the alternative? We had a litany of answers to what we thought the alternative would be. Well, the one thing that I do want to highlight tonight in this meeting, and if we need to go down the rabbit hole of getting through all the points tonight, by all means, let's do it. If we think we can have a moderated meeting within the next 3 weeks, that would be a fine time to push off. But the one thing that I definitely want to drive home tonight is the concept of just pushing this building projects down the road a couple of years. At the LG meeting, the moderator asked us what the worst case scenario would be. And I believe that everyone at this table would agree that the worst case scenario would be to fail to move forward on a project this year and bring the exact same project back with escalation year after year after year until it finally passes. So one of the things that I would like to make sure to point out is if this project does not pass at the ballot or at town meeting, please do not come back with the exact same project next year. We have said repeatedly, unanimously, that our problems with this project are twofold. One is timing, which is unfortunate, and there's not much we can do about it. And the other is scope. So we were asked what our recommendations would be. We have not been convinced that putting every single piece of equipment under a roof is worthwhile. We have not been convinced that something that we've never had before, namely a truck wash, is something that we need now. We have not been convinced that some of us have not even been convinced that we have to replace this building. Some of us have looked at the plans that were presented years ago and said putting a personnel-safe, personnel-focused strip along the front of the short end of the building is still the right plan. So no, we are not, as two boards, we cannot be more diametrically opposed. The Select Board is consistently 5-0 in favor of this, and the Finance Committee is consistently unanimously against this. So yes, we have a problem. So I don't know if we want to stay on the DPW topic, but while I've got the mic, and then I'll also open it up to the rest of the committee. The other thing that I need to remember to always start with the positives. Yes, this document represents a ton of work, which we appreciate. The more transparency, the more numbers, the more explanation, the better, and we love that. Also want to specifically say thank you to the town manager and to Ellie for the recent quarterly financials. We're starting to add in the plans for the different enterprise funds and revolving funds, things that we've asked for in the past. That's coming together very nicely. We greatly appreciate that level of transparency. The other negative thing that I do want to say is we presented our point of view to the Select Board very early this year, earliest it's ever been. And our recommendation was that your operating expenses not go up by more than 3%, in keeping with what we've said in years past. And we're looking at a 4.65% increase with new personnel. New personnel the year after an override that just barely passed. Part of the only reason that you're able to get away with even asking for a 4.65% increase is because the school side is not asking for a maximum increase. So in a zero pie world, of Prop 2.5, your ask is too high. And I understand that at the last ALG meeting, the town manager stated that the vast majority of this was for a level services increase. The school committee is not recommending a level services increase. You shouldn't be either. We have consistently said you need to keep it at 3%. We actually feel that that's fairly generous considering Prop 2.5 is 2.5, and we always let you have another 0.5% of new growth. I know this will have to be hashed out at ALG. I greatly appreciate what the town manager said about this will be collaborative right up until March 6th. But as a committee, we are recommending 3%. Anything more than that is taking an unfair share of the pie or taking away from the taxpayers, neither of which we're particularly fans of. And then while we have received this budget book for 3 business days and 1 weekend, and by all means, we'll do everything in our power to get our questions to you as soon as possible, Mr. Manager, for our budget workshops that are in 2 days and 7 days respectively. Next year, I would request that we have at least a week, another week or two in between when we receive the budget and when we have an opportunity to ask questions of the department heads. It's just a little fast for 3 business days to try and, as you said, you work on this all year. We need to be able to have a little more time to digest it, understand it, review it before we get to our questions. So I'll go back to letting the rest of my committee speak, but for the select board, our recommendation was 3%. You're well above that, and we are unanimously against the DPW building at this size and scope. We are not necessarily against anything. We still believe that there should be some common ground to get to, but at this time, we are not there. Are there any other members of the Finance Committee that would like to ask questions?
I don't have a question so much as I guess a comment about the budgets in general. So the town has to share one big pot of money with the schools. And I hope that the town will, there needs to be, in my opinion, some healthy tension between the schools and the town. Otherwise, the taxpayers aren't served. If the town and the schools are always getting what they want, the taxpayers are just paying more and more and more. And that's what happened last year. I don't think there was that healthy tension that we need. I think Jason and I have different definitions maybe of what level services means. The school's population has been declining for 17 years and is forecasted to continue to decline for at least another 8, and yet their budgets go up and up and up. So they are providing greater services because they're providing the same amount of stuff to fewer people. They need to have the brakes put on their budget. And I think I think the town has, tightened, they've reined things in for a long time. And, I think it's because they've let the schools, the district kind of run amok. So I would like to see some more pressure. Again, I know we're talking about the town budget, but the taxpayers get one tax bill. And I hope that there will be some pressure on the school district to come in lower than what they are.
Greg?
One of the things that in preparation for Wednesday's discussion on the budget, I want to echo what Alyssa said, that, it's really good to have a lot of things in writing now about the goal of each department. So that's a plus. One of the questions that I'm planning to ask on Wednesday, so if you want to pass this along, please do, is what metrics, what key performance indicators does each department head use to know I'm achieving those goals or I'm falling short of those goals, or to what extent do they look at doing more with the same budget, or what extent do they look at doing the same with less budget? Those are the kind of questions that I'm planning to ask on Wednesday. So if you'll share that, then they won't come as a surprise. The second comment that I have is it would be easy to oversimplify this as a select board versus finance committee discussion when it comes to the DPW building. That would be, an oversimplification. I will share one anecdote to show how this is probably going to impact all of us. And my wife said it was okay to share this story. She's part of a quilting group, and today they were making quilts for needy people. And what were they talking about? The DPW building. And unanimously, the quilters are not sold on the need for a DPW building. Now, this may be a swing vote, it may not be a significant vote, but when my wife comes back and tells me that the quilters have not been won over, this is not a select board versus finance committee issue. This is, we have not convinced the town yet that this is absolutely essential, and if we don't do this, bad things will happen. So we have a ways to go, and yeah, it would be nice if we somewhere can find enough value engineering between now and the end of the month to narrow our differences on, is this essential or is that absolutely necessary? But then we have a second problem after that, which is the community has yet to be convinced. There is very little constituency or demand for, you better replace the DPW building or we're not inviting you over for dinner next week. The community is not convinced. So I'll share that anecdote to try to keep it on a, we're in this boat together frame of reference, but we have a ways to go.
Steve?
Okay, so I'm going to do you all a favor if you haven't been through the 200 pages. There were 3 line items, top-level line items, that account for 98% of the increase in this year's operating budget. Salaries as a whole, health insurance, and the Middlesex pension. Everything else, every other line item in there, when you net them all together, it's flat. And nobody has to tell me about increases in health insurance. We have little or no control over Middlesex pension assessment. So this budget discussion comes down to salaries, head counts, some of which, and I don't know how much is already committed in terms of collective bargaining agreements, where we have no discretion over. And there are some new positions, which I would think would be the crux of the discussion over budgets. This is not a new pattern. We've had this kind of a pattern for the last 5 years. The reason we haven't been going up 4.whatever% is our debt, as John's bar chart was showing, has been coming down. Unfortunately, when I look at the other large document, the capital plan, the general fund debt exclusion spending is 55% higher than it was in last year's capital plan. So I don't think we can count on our debt going down in the next 5 years. So what we're stuck with is a model that looks like it's increasing on the town side at 5+% a year, unless we do something different. And why am I focused on the DPW building? It's where the money is. Our total capital plan was 111 million. It's 43. And if we can't do anything about that, then we're going to have this unsustainable increase in the spending. Thought I'd just give you all that good news. I did save you a lot of time in studying the budget, though.
I wonder is, do we have the right staff? In other words, we have a DEI person. Corporate America's getting rid of DEI. It's in the news every day. They're dropping the DEI initiatives. Do we need that staff member? Do we need a sustainability director? What are their metrics? You know, when I moved to the town, when I had my son and when our son was born in 2009, the streetlights were replaced right around then, a little bit before. They're all LEDs. What's changed in the technology since then? I mean, LEDs are LEDs. I mean, they're much more efficient than what they were before, granted. We're a town that everybody comes in and goes, damn, there's no streetlights around here. It's dark. Well, it helps you see the stars that way. You know, we talk about that stuff, and we go by the lower fields, and there's nobody out there, but all the lights are on. Or you go by the tennis courts, and all the lights are on, and there's nobody out there playing. That's just wasteful. It's wasteful spending. So we have things like that I think we need to address, too, that has to be done, that can drop right to the bottom line. You know, we have the house down at Morrison Farm. That could be turned over to Habitat and turned into affordable housing for a family, instead of just sitting there decaying and rotting away and not bringing in any tax revenue, or even if it was half of what it would normally be, it brings in something. I think those are the things that the town has to address and look at that saying, it's a vacant house. Let's give it to Habitat, carve out the lot, and get a family in there. So those are my comments for right now. I mean, I have other ones that I'll address during our meetings.
Anyone else? Dave, I see you didn't make it to the table. Do you have anything that you want to say? Any other comments from the Finance Committee? So to Ms. Anderson's suggestion, do we want to sort of have it out on the DPW building tonight, or do we want to try and reconvene something in the next couple of weeks, Madam Chair?
So I would love not to have our budget discussion be swallowed up by the DPW discussion. I don't know if we should reschedule something, or I can talk to the town manager.
We'll work together on that. Thank you.
Great. All set? David?
Yeah, I have several little miscellaneous things. Jason, you objected to a part of the DPW building, this is just from my understanding, just a clarification, called a personnel-focused area. Were you referring to the meeting space, the office space? Just for clarity.
I was referring to one of the last plans from, I think it's 6 years ago or 10 years ago, Mr. Noon. One of the previous 10 years ago, one of the plans was to, in an attempt to do the differentiation between fumes and the workspaces, to put a bolt-on new structure on the, what would that be? The southeast facing short end of the building, bump it out, put in an appropriate fire and vapor barrier, and put in the new, personnel-centric space there. That was the plan of record 10 years ago at significantly less money. So that's one way of rapidly getting to where we wanted to go.
Okay, so you weren't objecting to part of the new building. You were saying that we could renovate the old building in this way by adding a separate space.
I'm saying we need to make sure that we fully define needs and that we only meet needs.
Thank you. I have two other just general comments. It was said that the town is consuming an unfair amount of the pie. I think that's just wrong on a couple of respects. One is we specifically said last year when the town took a half the percentage increase as the schools, because the schools were in a much more dire position, that we couldn't delay projects that the town had forever. and that we would come back, and that was the understanding at the time. And so, and secondly, if you average the percentages from the past 2 years, or the next proposed year and the current year we're in, the percentages for the town are still less. And we are not deviating from our historical split. So I have the numbers which I calculated. I can state them or I can send them to people. But the numbers for the average for the current year and next year as proposed for the town are less than for the schools in both current operating and total, including debt. For the a large part of recent years, the town has taken 34% of the total pie. The schools have taken 63% of the AB schools have taken 63% of the total pie. Last year, that changed by 1%. The numbers are big, so the percentage moves slowly. So the town got 33% last year, and the AB schools got 64%. And this year, we're back to the split for last year. So I would just want to clarify the perception here that the town is taking a bigger slice of the pie. That's just demonstrably not correct. And I also want to point out that free cash here complicates things, right? So we try to spend to keep within Finance Committee guidelines as much free cash as we can to keep our numbers close to 3% when we start before the turnbacks, and then they may go up to near 5% after the turnbacks. You know, it's a little bit of a game each year to figure out how we do that, but as we spend down that free cash every year, it increases the town's percentage increase, right? So, Alyssa suggested that there is still a little bit of room above the 3% in free cash that we could spend on things, but of course that increases the town's percentage of the total budget when we do that. So it's a trade-off, and so we just have to be a little conscious of that. I just wanted to say that we could spend free cash more, but that would increase the percentages above the 4.6% that's proposed now.
Thank you. Corinne?
I'll ask the question. Why can't the split change? The town population is getting bigger, the school population is getting smaller. Why would the split stay the same in perpetuity?
Please do.
So the split is not a rule, it's just a measure, right? There is no rule that it's 2/3, 1/3, or anything like that. It is just a measure. At the end of the budget negotiations last year, people asked about the measure, so I just calculated the measure. I've calculated the measure each of the past few years just because people ask about it, but it's not a rule. Over the past 5 or so years, I'd have to go back and look, the percentage of that the Minuteman School District has taken has gone up. It used to be about 2%, and now it's about 3%. But other than that, and so that just, that to allow the Minuteman to come up by 1%, a few years back, the town went down by 1%, right? The town used to get about 35%. The town went down to 34% to make room for the Minuteman schools. And then things, again, it's just a measure. It's not a rule.
Two other questions. One is, I appreciate the effort to try to calculate what it would cost to postpone the DPW building. I think I'm the one who asked for that at our last meeting, so I appreciate the fact that you've come back with an answer. Can you help me understand then what your information sources are or your assumptions are about what the bond market's likely to do this year, next year, the year after, because if you got that kind of insight, I'd like to cash in on it.
We're estimating a 4.25%. I hope we do better, but it doesn't make sense to project anything better than that.
And then the second one is, we may get to this Wednesday or next week. I know the planning director is currently handling the duties of the economic development director. Is that considered temporary, or is that going to be a reorganization going forward?
Thank you for the question. Kristen is not necessarily doing the economic development director's job. She's just running the project for developing this long-term strategic plan. The work of the economic development director is being shared by the town manager's office staff and by Maura Haberman, who is the event and program coordinator. So it's a team effort. To answer your question, we do intend to restore that staff. It's just one of many transitions that we're in the middle of working our way through.
Any other questions? No? Thank you. Thank you, John.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
David?
Madam Chair, there are 9 people online, and one person has their hand up. I don't know if you want to take questions or not.
Sure. Yeah.
Then you can just say into your.
Yes.
Matt, I think we'd take the online caller.
Hi,
I tell you.
this is Nijan Datar, Winthrop Drive. I want to talk about a couple of things in the budget. One is the new DPW building at $43 million. I'm willing to agree that we need an upgrade, and even to the size that you want. But I want to know what a baseline thing would be. I mean, how many things are there that are over and above what we need, and you're tacking on what we want, specifically in terms of the energy part of it, like the green agenda. If how much extra are we being asked to pay for those kind of things, and how many years can we expect to recoup the costs via any reduced energy bills? Because if you're going to push towards this green agenda and it's going to cost more, we're going to lose sight of a more important item, that is affordability. As the recent override results indicate, people are extremely financially stressed, so we cannot let this green religion get ahead of whether we can afford it. I want to know what the vanilla flavor of this project would cost before the Taj Mahal flavor that you want, and the difference in cost. Without that baseline, it's hard to support the upgrade. Number 2 is the town hall electrification for over $3 million. How much fossil fuel savings will there be if we don't know where the source of the power is coming from? Because you could have the source of the power also be oil at the other end that you're using for electricity. If it's nuclear, that's fine. If it's oil, you've not really saved anything. But solar, wind is useless. Solar has major, we are all in love with solar, but we always ignore the horrific conditions under which the solar panel ingredients are mined, talk about child slave labor. And also we choose to ignore how the broken and damaged solar panels are disposed of. We ship them to third world countries with horrendous environmental safeguards, where those toxic chemicals, from these solar panels poison those countries. But we end up feeling good over here. So again, how much fossil fuel savings do you realistically expect? And what about the negative side effects? The third is the DEI position somebody just mentioned. There is no data to suggest this position has brought any benefits to the taxpayer. This is the most wasteful expense that is sustained only by ideological pride and not by evidence of Acton being the kind of place that needs this position. If there was data, it would be plastered over every news release from the town. If you cannot get rid of this position, you're not seriously interested in cutting waste in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. No other people. Dean here.
Madam Chair, just in response to that one question specifically about the green infrastructure of the proposed building, at our next Public Works Building Committee meeting on January 29th, that's going to be addressed. The architect and their consultants have been doing quite a bit of work on that to look at the added cost of doing what we're actually mandated to do under the town bylaw that was passed overwhelmingly at town meeting a year or so ago. But we are going to be addressing that. We're also going to be addressing some of the rebates that we most likely will qualify for from Mass Save and perhaps from state and federal programs. And there will be a better cost analysis of all that. So I would certainly encourage folks to attend that meeting. It'll also be available online. And I think a lot of those questions will be answered, not necessarily to the satisfaction of the folks asking the questions, but at least we'll have some updated information. Thank you.
Thank you. No other hands raised? No. Okay.
I have a question, but it's more as a citizen. Do you want me to go over there, or do you want me to ask it from here?
You can stay where
Okay, so with all of these projects where we're talking about electrification and green stuff, I would, like, as this caller asked for, is we should always be able to see, like, what's the premium we're paying for the green stuff, and what's the time to recoup, and I'm including, like, the electrification project here, because in the capital improvement plan, I think, or the climate action plan, whatever, that was that study that's from a few years ago, it showed that the cost of the energy, cost of electricity would cost more than the gas, the natural gas. So it's like, are we paying a premium to install whatever the green system's going to be, and then we're going to pay more for the energy on top of that? So I think taxpayers need to know, like, how much is that costing them to support this green agenda?
Yes.
So two things about that. First of all, just as a point of comparison, and we're going to, as Dean mentioned, we'll get more numbers on this particular building in a couple of weeks. But the new fire station a few years ago with geothermal paid for itself against gas in 12 years, well before the bonds were paid off. And so it did cost more to install, but the savings from geothermal are tremendous, much more than air source heat pumps. And the second thing is, compared to the fire station right now, and Dean also alluded to this, is there are significant rebates and incentives available for heat pumps, such that the heating equipment will likely cost less than equivalent fossil fuel equipment. So my guess is that the payback period may be, is almost certainly going to be less than the fire station. It could even be just negligible.
Alyssa.
I heard you say the 29th of January, but I think it's the 28th. So anybody listening, the next DPW building is the 28th, according to the project website.
It's the same night as the FinCom listening session.
It's the same night as the FinCom listening session.
It's Wednesday the 29th.
Good news, it is not the same night as the listening session. It is the 29th, so you can go to both. That's a mistake that I put in the presentation, which I apologize for.
So I can attend both.
Nice.
We're trying to make sure you're busy every day this month, Greg.
Are we all set? Great.
Well, then I have two other dates you can add to your calendar.
Sure.
Two can play this game. On On Wednesday, January 22nd at 7 p.m. at the Acton Recreation Center, the Economic Development Committee will be presenting its preliminary findings.
Nice.
And the reason why that impacts all of us is all of us are trying to figure out how do we make the 90% of the property taxes that we have to squeeze go as far as we can. The Economic Development Committee is trying to look at a way of expanding the 10% to, who knows, 11% or whatever. But to the extent that we can revitalize the small businesses that are in our community and got hammered during COVID, we will do the residential taxpayers a favor. And then there's a second meeting on February 26th at 7 p.m. for the final presentation of the Economic Development Plan. So this is also coming down the pike and is probably going to be ready for town meeting.
Thank you for those. Great. So we're moving on to,
You should ask the chair if he would like to adjourn his.
oh, would you like to adjourn your meeting?
I think we're going to adjourn and then potentially scram.
Okay.
Gang?
Thank you, everybody. One more comment before I do my motion, which is that I think the opinions that the Finance Committee expressed today is not just opinion among the member, but it's also consistent with what we heard from the residents during the listening section. And I'd like to see that discussion and this opinion being incorporated in the discussion over this year's budget. And the opinion, the consensus is that we don't like to see another override, and the citizens want to keep, the residents want to keep Acton affordable. And I think the opinion should be appreciated, should be incorporated in the discussion. Thank you. Yes, I have a motion made. Yeah, I move to adjourn if there's no other. Yeah, good.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? We're adjourned. Thank you. Thank you for inviting us.
So moving on to our next approved plan to construct equalization tank at Adams Street Wastewater Treatment Facility for the Powdermill Sewer Extension.
Thank you. So this is related to the project at Powdermill Place where they're building 200 plus apartments. The board entered into an MOA, I think 5 years ago now at this point, that required the developer to A, construct a sewer extension to get to that new apartment complex from the existing sewer network, and B, contribute $500,000 to establish a equalization tank to help offset the flow from the new project. The project was delayed for several years. The good news is the project's back. The challenging news is that the cost of the equalization tank has gone up significantly. Fortunately, the board amended the recent MOA so that the developer is now providing us $1 million towards the equalization tank. However, that doesn't cover the cost for what it would take to build such a tank. Jack Troidel, our engineer from Woodard & Curran, is here in the virtual room to answer questions, but I just wanted to briefly continue with that background to say that as we were working on the permitting process, DEP has required that we build the equalization tank, which we were planning to do anyways, but now it's a requirement. And so we're moving forward with that. And Woodard & Curran has started the design process. Jack can speak to it in more detail, but the incremental cost to build a larger tank is such, is in a position for us to want to build it bigger to improve our ability to mitigate flow into the treatment plant. And so we're proposing a 300,000 gallon tank, which would be constructed basically in the parking lot of the Adams Street wastewater treatment plant. It would probably be the height of the building, maybe a little bit larger, and it would meet the needs of the DEP conditional approval, and would also create a buffer for us to work with to make sure that we're able to to manage our plant when there's peak flows like there was a few weeks ago, and there was periodically with high rainfall that creates issues for our plant. So the funding is approximately $2.6 million. We intend to seek a grant. One of the benefits of being an MBTA community is that we have access to a funding pool for only available to MBTA communities. And so we intend to seek funding from that program to help offset the cost of this project. The timelines are a little bit down the road, so it'll be a while before we know whether we're successful in that, but we're going to pursue it just the same. The rest of the cost of the project we would bring to town meeting, subject to the board supporting us, for a borrowing authorization, which would be paid from the sewer enterprise. So the cost of the project, less the developer contributions, less any grants we receive, would then be put into the sewer rates over the next 20 or hopefully 30 years. And it would achieve a goal that we've had, that the board has had and that we've had, to try to better use our capacity, since finding ways to expand it has been very difficult. Jack, how did I do? Anything further you want to provide for context?
You did very well. You stole all of my bullet points, John. So
sorry.
Yeah, no, I think that was it. I do hope, it's like approximately a 40 to 45 foot diameter tank. It's very similar to a water storage tank that sits on the ground, not one of those elevated tanks. But we're hoping to keep it pretty much, equivalent to the roof height, or hopefully lower, but it's right around the height of the building. So, and we're constructing the tank on the slope of the parking lot. That's why we don't know the exact height yet.
I think this is a good idea. In addition to allowing us to, being able to manage the inflow, allows us to control the outflow from the system. And one benefit I think that I didn't see in Jack's memo is it also helps with certain maintenance operations. It becomes much easier for if one batch reactor is down or needs something replaced in it, it needs to be down for a week. You can manage the whole system by running the buffering the inflow and feeding it into just one batch reactor. So I'm in favor of this.
Yep, and that's a good point, David. The tank would only be used on certain high flow days. So the majority of the time it would not be in use. It would be clean, dry, whatever. So maybe once or twice a year you have a wet event, it pumps into the tank, and then we would bleed it back in once the flows recede. And then, as you said, in the summertime, or when it's not in operation, if you have any issues, it effectively holds under current flows, it would hold 2 days worth of flow during the summer. So that gives you a lot of, safety net and operational flexibility for any repairs, et cetera. Yep.
David?
Also, Jack, you noted in your memo that, our amount of I&I has gone up, and it's difficult to diagnose during drier times, which we've had more of in the second half of this year. Is there a plan to do further I&I investigation in the spring wet season?
Yes, absolutely. So several years ago, we identified some of these little peaks in the II, and we were narrowing in on where they were coming from. And then unfortunately, over the last year, before the drought, we had the extremely wet year, and we had some very high flows during that. And we did a bunch of TV inspection, and we've located a lot of the sources. Unfortunately, there's quite a bit of private infiltration and inflow, which means it's coming from the private properties. So we've located that, and in the process of communicating that to those residents, the flows came back down and it's been very dry since. So we're looking to do meetings this winter and work with those property owners as the groundwater table comes up. Hopefully we can find it. We do have the ability to run the camera down the sewer main, and when flows are elevated, we'll do that. And we have a lateral launch camera that can go up that lateral to try to find the locations where it's coming from, so we can give those property owners a little bit more understanding of where it is. Because right now, we've notified them that, but they have no idea if it's coming at the property line or at the building. So there's no, it's difficult to repair if you don't know where the problem is. So I don't want to say I'm excited to see the flows increase, but once the flows increase some, we can actually locate where those issues are and then get those removed. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but yeah, there's roughly 10 of those, and several around Kelly's Corner and some in the neighborhood near the River Street pump station. So yeah, that's an ongoing process, and we're doing several other things to remove II as well. So that's definitely a focus, and that was something DEP was looking at.
Thank you. Any other, Alyssa?
Thank you. Thanks, Jack. I have a bunch of questions. Many of them are related to your memo. I noticed in our almost 200-page budget document, I think it was on the engineering page, the average daily sewage flow was listed as just over 160,000 gallons per day, but in your memo, it's 145,000 gallons, and I don't know, 15,000 gallons per day, when you're calculating an average, sounds like a pretty big difference to me, and I'm wondering if you can
I think
that.
that's representative of the 12-month period, which included that excessively wet year. And the 145 that I was referring to was more of the typical. So that includes, I think, that excessive II, and that's what's driving that number up.
Okay, so typical is changing because of the increase in frequency and severity of storms. So should we go with the higher number, or are you assuming that we can eliminate the I and the 140?
Yeah.
Like, I just want to make sure that the size of the tank and how much it can hold, all of that is going to be copacetic in 10 years, 20 years from now.
Yep. As far as that flow, I do think that some of the significant flows that we've seen over the last few years are from some known problem areas that the flows just went up exponentially because the water table was up so high. So I'm confident that we'll work to remove those. I do think there is some other extraneous flow. I do think that severity of events and, the heavy rainfall and even rain coming into manhole covers from the street. So I think we do need to be careful with that. I think on the overall average, I think, maybe you're in between those two numbers. I do think we have Powdermill, the Powdermill apartments, once they come online, that new average, there's going to be a new calibration, so to speak. But hopefully we can get that flow removed over the next 12 months. They come online, and then we basically recalibrate where we are. We've done the preliminary sizing on the tank. The 300,000 should have some buffer in it. But certainly once we remove the II, we'll be doing some final sizing of it. But yes, the expectation is that there's additional buffer in there. And then one of the things I'm working with our design team is to make sure that this is compatible if there were, additional EQ to be added, that it wouldn't require a completely separate system, that somehow it would be able to be connected to this without, and I guess the one thing I didn't say earlier was the tank is there. We use, the water comes into the plant, and instead of pumping it up to the screening system, we actually pump it into this tank. And then we have the ability to aerate it to keep it clean and fresh. So we have a small odor control system we'll put on it. And then that'll pump it back into the treatment plant when the flows are down. So that, those are all more or less fixed costs. So if we added additional tankage, that would come at a much lower cost. And just comparing that to the initial small tank that we were looking at, that came out right around that time of extreme cost increases. And the buried tank, there was some ledge removal and those costs just came in very high. So that's why we switched, I guess, the tank technology to go to a water storage tank so we could store a lot more water per cost.
Thank you. So about the tank operation, if it's only operating once or twice a year, but in the future it could, and you said 5 to 10 days at a time, in the future, if it's operating significantly more frequently, are there any considerations to, I don't know, the cost or the functionality? I know that some equipment, this is a tank, not necessarily pumps and things like that, but when they're not in use, that can be problematic. So are there any considerations now that we need to take into account operating it infrequently and also in the future, a change in operation to be more frequent, if that happens?
Yeah, we'll incorporate that in our design. We are looking at doing the pumps in the bank of pumps that pump up to the screening. So I think we can make it so that they're interchangeable. I think the blower is one thing. I think we do have protocols to run equipment like that just temporarily to keep it moving every month or whatever. So, I think we cover that in an SOP, the standard operating procedures. Yep. But that's a good point. But I do think, yeah, I don't see any obstacles that would be difficult to overcome. And in a typical year, like if we had that tank right now, it wouldn't even need to operate. And I think once Powdermill comes online, it would operate a little bit, and it might be only 3 days or something. And it's only in those extremely excessively wet years where maybe you are having water in there for 5 to 10 days. And what that turns into is you're really only filling it for a couple days. And it's just that you can't bleed it back in until the flows go down substantially. So you're really, it's a couple days of putting water in and then several days of releasing it.
Okay. There was also a note about, is it okay if I just keep asking all my questions? There was a note about excess odor. Obviously, we want to prevent that. So does that mean that there will be an additional odor on the operations, but we're just going to try and keep it not excessive? And I don't see any abutters here in the room, but they may not have it on their radar just yet.
Yeah, I don't anticipate any odors coming from this tank. If it's activated, it's typically a very dilute wastewater. I think that's a lot of precipitation or groundwater getting into the system. So maybe the water is half the strength of normal wastewater or even less. And then we would aerate it to keep it fresh. And some of those gases, what could have come out and caused odor, it would be a covered tank. And then we would have a carbon unit, an activated carbon unit that has a little fan that sucks that air and treats it, and then it would be released. So putting that on just to avoid having any concerns about odors.
Okay. I might suggest removing the word excess, just to reassure people there won't be any odor. Because I remember that language for the construction of the original plant was, don't worry, folks, there's not going to be any odors from this.
Okay.
I also tried to look back at a little bit of history, and I'm not sure I understand this, but I found a presentation from 2015 that had a note that the service area of the sewer district cannot exceed the maximum permitted discharge, which is 299,000 gallons per day, times 2. So that's 598,000. So with the additions that have been made since the plant was constructed and since that increase was made to the permitted discharge, Powdermill Plaza, Faulkner, McManus Manor, Hawks Crest, and now Powdermill Place will come online. Where are we in that calculation of maximum service area with gallons per day? I'm assuming this is coming in from the system, because I know the engineer has provided the sewer commissioners with, the remaining discharge capacity, but this is the first time that I've encountered that service area constraint. And I don't even know if I explained it correctly.
You did, although I'm not, the 299,000 is a maximum daily discharge. That's typically 2 times your average flow.
Yep.
So, and again, as I was saying, the average flow is about 145,000. It's pretty, although you've historically had well under that 2 times peaking factor. So that hasn't been an issue. And then DEP, the central region DEP requires, if, for the South Acton sewer extension, they required a permit. So that's where we filed the WP 68 permit, and we have that conditional approval. So I'm not sure about the exact accuracy of some of what you were referring to, but you have to go to DEP for any of those, for that extension, and then this is what we have the conditional approval on, to provide equalization to reduce the peak flows and stay within the discharge permit limit.
Okay, thanks. So the last comments I wanted to make are more for the board. Just noting that this cost of the tank is significantly higher than what we have available from the mitigation from the developer. In that same presentation, there was a sort of a policy recommendation to the sewer commissioners at the time to continue adding until the debt was paid off. And I don't even understand why that was, but their reasons were, for historic preservation, affordable housing, which is what the commissioners have done in the past. But I just want to take the opportunity to make a note for the record that there's a cost to that. And the cost burden lies only with the ratepayers and not, the whole town benefits from advancing those historic preservation, affordable housing goals, but the cost is borne by the folks who are paying for the sewer rates. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, I think that we'll take this up when it's sewer commission business, but I'm wondering if there's a vote that's going to be needed because we're expanding. So now that this is a requirement to hook up the project, there might need to be a vote, and I'm wondering if there are other properties that will be bettered because this is now possible. The connection to Powdermill Place that's being financed, like when it went to McManus Manor, there was no betterment vote for those properties because it was paid for by the Mass Works grant. But now that the payment actually has to be borne by the ratepayers for this additional money that we have to borrow above and beyond that $1 million that's available, I'm just wondering if that's going to require a vote by the sewer commissioners.
We certainly would bring it to the sewer commissioners for that business item. The project was already approved before, and this is substantially the same project, just a larger tank and a lot more money, unfortunately. But I think the big, we'll have to get town meeting authorization to borrow the money. And so the sewer commissioners would be the ones, and the board, even the same people, but you all in both of those roles would be recommending to town meeting to do that. And if you didn't, then it wouldn't move forward.
Okay, so that's a little bit different than some other expansions. Like, we didn't need a town meeting vote to add Hawks Crest, that one parcel, or maybe
We
some of
don't,
the
we don't need
others.
town meeting vote to expand, well, we're not expanding the district any more than it's already been expanded.
With the
The town
MOA,
meeting
yeah.
vote is only needed to borrow the money.
To borrow the money, okay.
It doesn't have anything to do with the sewer policy.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
David?
So I think just to clarify your question, a betterment is a way of paying off a loan. So we could have proposed to pay off this amount by bettering the people on Powdermill Road. But that's not what's being proposed here. We're proposing to pay it off from the sewer enterprise.
The enterprise fund. So how many parcels are being bettered with the connection to Powdermill Place?
So none are being bettered because we're not proposing that they pay off any loan.
Okay,
They-
all right.
They will have a sewer line in front of them.
Yeah.
Which means they would not be allowed to put in another septic system. If their
And they
septic
can
system
connect,
fails,
yeah.
they have to connect.
Okay.
And may I make one other comment, Madam Chair? So I think your comment on low-income housing is well taken, right? And that the fact that the ratepayers pay for that and everybody benefits. If you wish, you should coordinate with Fran so we have that discussion before the next low-income housing project. Because we cannot reasonably deny the next project without a change in policy ahead of time. In other words, we have this precedent of foregoing some privilege fee for low-income housing. If we want to change that precedent with a policy, we need to do it before the next project. And if you feel strongly about that, we should get that on the agenda, discuss about a policy, and if we have a policy where we don't reduce the rates or reduce them less than what we do now, or whatever you want to propose, we should discuss that and talk about it.
Sorry, Jack, I'm sort of derailing this. So precedent and policy are two different things, though. And so even though there was this policy recommendation that I found in the presentation, I can't locate a policy that's written and been approved by the sewer commissioners. So I'm not sure that a policy exists. It's more a practice.
I believe that's correct. It is just
Okay.
what we've practiced in the past.
So can't
But-
we
but-
just change the practice rather than adopting a policy? Because then
Yes,
that
but
would,
you leave yourself open to a lawsuit.
Ew, don't
if
want
you-
that.
If you deny the last person, right? You've done it for everybody else, and then you don't do it for them. But if we ahead of time have changed the policy, just like we could change rates, we can change anything, then a new developer that starts on a project the day after this policy, they know that they're not going to get any forgiveness if that's what we change it to, or whatever you propose.
Are we through with this? Jim?
I was back to technical questions. Jack, what are the factors that go into deciding whether we're going to do concrete or steel? I noticed you mentioned both, and they seem such different materials that I just wondering how that gets settled.
Yeah, it's a matter between both cost and lifespan and protection of both of those materials to wastewater. So we're working through that now. I do know that I think they're glass line steel tanks, but they can still corrode. But the steel tank is going to be cheaper. It's going to be less expensive than the concrete. And then the question on the concrete is what kind of coatings, do we need a coating, and then what do we do? So we're working through some of that now. That's probably one of my bigger questions to try to nail that down.
Okay, thanks. Look forward to learning more.
Do we need a special motion language here?
I was wondering if we needed a
Because there's no
vote.
motion language in the packet.
Yeah.
If you could follow the agenda listing would work, if that works for you.
David?
I move that we approve the plan to construct an equalization tank at the Adams Street wastewater treatment facility for the Powdermill sewer extension. Second.
All in favor? Oh, do we have public comment?
There's no one on.
No one online. Do we? Yes.
Jack, I have one more, you'll be happy, technical question. So there was a capacity study that was undertaken when the the successful change from the 250,000 gallons per day to 299,000 gallons per day. And there was a reference in a report to the Board of Selectmen that with that increase, additional management of the ribs would be necessary. And I'm going to read this because I don't understand it, including the development of a more refined dosing procedure. Was that work done at the time? And if not, is there that similar kind of work that is going to be needed to be completed? Because I'm assuming that, in the 20, 30, 40 years that the average flow to the ribs is going to be increased with the ability to hold back this water in the equalization tank.
Yeah, there would be more flow, I agree. I'm assuming they are operating, under that condition now. I could look into it and follow up. I think that's mostly just paying a little bit more attention into how you're discharging. Through the permit, we do have to do some annual monitoring, on the slope to make sure that there's not any breakout or any major issues. So I think that's one of the big factors to just keep an eye on it and make sure everything's working as intended.
All right, thank you.
So any more discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous.
Thank you. We'll be back in touch with an update as we proceed with the design and hopefully chase the grants.
Thank you, Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
Yep. Good night, everyone.
Next up is the announced fire station deployment pilot program.
Thank you. Our Fire Chief, Anita Arnhem, is coming up to the mic to help us with this discussion, but I wanted to just follow up on something that I think I raised at our last meeting, the December meeting. We were awarded a grant from the state to look at ways to operate our fire department for response and EMS in different ways to better utilize the staffing and find other efficiencies. The grant was for $57,000, and we used a large chunk of that to hire the Collins Center to help oversee some pilot studies that we're going to be conducting. We're hoping to start one in February, and Chief Arnhem is here to talk a little bit about what we're looking to do and what we're hoping to go, where we're hoping to go from tonight. So, Chief?
Good evening. Thank you. As you're probably aware, firefighting is an inherently dangerous occupation, and the fire service is charged with three main objectives: life safety, incident stabilization, and property conservation. Currently, recruiting and retaining staff has been challenging, particularly firefighter paramedics. It's not a problem unique to Acton, and it is indeed a fire service wide across the country. Many local chiefs that I've spoken with have identified this as a concern. It's a paramedics market out there, and currently they may shop to find the best deal, often jumping for $1 or $2 from one department to another. We are very fortunate that our current fire and paramedic staff are highly qualified personnel, and I don't want to lose those personnel. Therefore, the town manager has shared with you, we are carefully evaluating, and with the assistance of a grant, have engaged the Collins Center to pilot different operational models to determine the optimal operational deployment of personnel and apparatus for our community. We're currently in negotiations with local fire union and working to address these issues cooperatively. Jobs in the fire service are unlike many other jobs. Employees work together in teams and depend upon each other to know and do their job in order to safely accomplish tasks to be able to go home at the end of their shift. Few other jobs have employees who have to seriously consider whether or not they will be going home at the end of their shift other than police and fire. Firefighters, unlike police officers, also live where they work. Quite literally, during their working years, firefighters are living a minimum of 1/4 of their lives at the firehouse, and that does not include any overtime or additional training that may be acquired. When Station 4 went online in February of 2022, no additional staffing was added. Diluting staff by spreading out our limited resources has been challenging. We have operated for just about 3 years with just 2 personnel in each station, and it has led to an erosion of the fire service culture that many have come to know. There's a lack of oversight with just 2 personnel per station. Anytime a personality conflict comes up, it becomes difficult to resolve as there are limited options to reassign personnel. It's difficult to train and build camaraderie as members must move out of their assigned stations to gather together at another station or training location, and this leaves various apparatus unavailable as we currently cross-staff apparatus at stations 2 and 3. For example, at Station 2, they cross-staff the ladder, the engine, and the brush truck, and at Station 3, they cross-staff the engine and the ambulance. Newly hired firefighter paramedics are often assigned together at Station 1, and they are left on their own during the shift with limited oversight as the captain is on the road for a good portion of the day conducting various inspections and other obligations. Our newest members in particular need to be mentored and be provided opportunities to train, but they are often interrupted from training with calls for emergency medical service. We will always have interruptions, but if we could consolidate personnel and resources, it would assist in keeping a variety of resources available, limit travel in order to train, and allow for more flexibility with training by having a group of 5 to 6 personnel at each station. And consolidation will also increase the likelihood of additional personnel arriving simultaneously to the scene of a fire or an emergency, allowing for us to follow the rules of 2 in, 2 out, which is mandated by OSHA. For safety and starting the many tasks that need to be accomplished simultaneously or in rapid sequence when we're dealing with a fire. Consolidating personnel also allows rotation of individuals amongst different apparatus without having to change stations. In fact, we've lost personnel to some larger departments due to the fact that from them, they said, I can work in this station, I can work on the engine, I can work on the ambulance, I can work on the ladder, but I don't have to change stations to do so. A preliminary analysis was completed in June of 2024 by Criterion Associates, and they looked at a 5-year history of fire department responses and suggested that a 2-station model might best serve the needs of the community with the current staffing levels provided. With the assistance of the Community Compact Cabinet Efficiency and Regionalization Grant, we have contracted with the Collins Center to assist in evaluation of fire department services. Therefore, in cooperation with Local 1904, we plan to pilot a deployment model consolidating personnel and apparatus as we aim to improve safety, operational efficiency, training, recruitment, and retention of employees, leading to an overall increased morale of the department. This pilot program will essentially divide the town into 2 approximately equally sized districts, north and south, with a fire station serving each district. South will be staffed with an engine, an ambulance, and a ladder truck. North will be staffed with an engine, an ambulance, and a brush truck. There's going to be additional reserve apparatus or secondary apparatus as well. This will allow for more efficient staffing of the north engine, which is our busiest district, with 3 firefighters on an engine. NIST, there was a study done by NIST that about 10 years ago that showed the increased efficiency of operations between 3, 4, or 2 members of a fire company. And in fact, the National NFPA, National Firefighters, National Fire Protection Association, recommends 4 personnel per fire engine to make up a company to fill out each role that's required at a fire. An ALS ambulance will also be available in each district by having one ambulance north, one ambulance south. This model provides for improved safety for all personnel, additional in-house training opportunities, and additional flexibility to deploy apparatus appropriately. We believe it will also restore fire service culture to our department and improve morale. This program will be monitored closely and additional deployment models may be developed. I'm happy to take any questions.
And thank you, Chief. I think just to pick up where I left off earlier, we're looking to pilot this for 3 to 4 months. Not for a year, just for 3 to 4 months to see how it goes. By operating out of 2 stations, it would require the chief to work with dispatch to figure out, and they've already started this, to figure out how we'll be deploying the resources. And that work will happen. We'll be developing metrics to determine whether this pilot is successful or not. And those metrics will be, that's what the Collins Center is going to do, is they're going to help us with the metrics part of it and some of the community engagement. Tonight, this presentation of the board is sort of the second public announcement of this. We intend to put stuff on our website. We'll be posting signs at the stations to provide information about the pilot. We will ensure that all the staff understand, and they've been working collaboratively with us. So it's just a matter of sharing this news, sharing this pilot program with the board, and we're here tonight to see if you have any initial feedback as we continue to plan this. Our target is to start in February, which is next month. And so I think if there are any concerns or any feedback that you wanted to share now, and we can come back on the 27th also, but if you had any feedback now or in the interim, we'd love to hear it, because as the chief mentioned, she was hired, what, a year, 2 years ago? What the Chief Arnhem has brought to the department has been tremendous. Her leadership, her willingness to do what she thinks is best for the organization and for the community is really showing. I think you may have noticed there's a lot more fire in the budget presentations and what we're talking about, because she's advocating for her department. She's advocating for the safety of the community. And this is something that we believe, and we both agree on this, that trying something like this would be a benefit to the community. And we're proposing to do it for 3 or 4 months. If we find that it doesn't work quicker than that, we can shift back. So that's sort of where we're at. We've been working closely with the union leadership and the officers, and they're helping provide information about what they would want to see and how this could help what they're trying to do in terms of the teamwork that's already been established. So we look forward to any feedback that you have here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Dean?
Thank you. So did the chief and the town manager. It's a bold move, and I applaud you for bringing it forward. Chief Arnhem, in particular, I feel has a tremendous amount of credibility, and I'm very reassured and fully supportive of her efforts. I think it's time to do this. A lot of and this is old history that we talked about when we were looking at building new station, that the model of the other stations was established when it was strictly a volunteer department, and the whistles would blow and everybody would run to the station and go out, but it did not necessarily fit the model of the demographic shift of the town and where our population was, and moving to a fully professional force just put different dynamics in it. So I think it's a great pilot, and I look forward to seeing how it rolls out, and you certainly got my support.
David?
Thank you, and thank you, Chief, for bringing these issues up. I'm very sympathetic to the issues of morale and culture of our firefighters and paramedics. Just a couple questions. Where would you and the deputy chief work out of in this model?
So currently, we would stay at the PSF. When the Station 4 was designed, there was not it was not planned to have administration there. And the other stations, I believe ADA prohibits us from operating out of there the way they're currently set up.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And one is just I'm not aware of this, and so if you could just tell me, what kind of shifts are run now? Are they 24-hour shifts, or how do they work?
So we run 24-hour shifts. We have 4 groups. Each group works one 24-hour shift, has 24 hours off, comes back in for 24 hours, and then has 5 days off. That creates an 8-day rotation model for them. So if they start this week on Monday, they would work Monday, Wednesday, and then next week they work Tuesday, Thursday, the following, so they rotate through the calendar that way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to add, too, that fully support this. I think that it's frustrating being able to encourage folks to come work here and retain employees is a big deal. And I'm looking forward to seeing how the pilot program flows. Alyssa?
Thank you so much. That was a great explanation. It makes so much sense. So I hope that the results are positive. Is there just the one pilot of switching to 2 stations, or after that, if there's, maybe thought that 3 is a better number, do we have enough funding to engage in a different pilot after? Like, especially if the first one of 2 stations is abandoned after a few weeks.
So, as I said, we're going to monitor this closely. We're going to see what kind of results we get and take it one step at a time. Firefighters are very good at bringing up different options, and in fact, I'm very happy to say that we have been working very cooperatively with this. So it's not something that's, one person's idea being forced or whatever. We're trying to solve this problem together. And as far as additional funding, I'll leave that to the town manager, but
To answer your question, the work with the Collins Center would cover for more than just this one pilot program if we decide that another one would be a good way to move forward.
Okay. So I'll just echo, Dean, that this is a bold proposal, and I'm sure that those staff are also very bold, and I know change is really challenging for everyone. So I guess, given that change is difficult, but they're, working cooperatively on this effort, when the Collins Center creates the metrics that are going to be used to evaluate, will they engage the staff to get them on board with the metrics that are going to be measuring the success of the program? Or does that just come from their expertise?
no, we've actually already sat down together, and we've gone over some of the concerns as far as what metrics we want to see, relative to response times, looking at NFPA consensus standards. I don't know if you're all familiar with NFPA, but there's numerous consensus standards based on response time, apparatus, staffing, et cetera. It's difficult to meet all of the recommendations with limited staffing and things like that, but we certainly do our best to meet those requirements, or not requirements, it's consensus standards. So it's sort of the gold standard that we aim for.
Well, it sounds like you've got buy-in, so that's great.
Jim, and then Dean?
Thanks for this. So I was initially concerned. I live in West Acton, so I thought, oh, my fire station's going to be farther away. What persuaded me was the idea that if there's a complicated fire situation, or even a lot of routine fire situations, I want a full crew with all the equipment they need coming from one place. Because that's going to provide the most overall, satisfactory conclusion for those, 3 goals that you started your presentation with. So I'm very much in favor of having this pilot program and, and doing the measurements, understanding what changes. If there's, we want to be able to measure the effectiveness of the overall response. And that's different than, how many seconds does it take for the first person to show up? Because the first person showing up is not going to solve most problems. You need the right equipment and the right people. And this seems to me intuitively, after, some consideration, seems like this is a worthy thing to try out. And I hope it works.
Thank you.
Dean?
So I think we've all obviously been watching on the news about the issues that they're having in Los Angeles. And I'm sure that there's going to be lots of recrimination and facts will come out. But apparently there was an $18 million budget cut from the LA Fire Department recently, which certainly impacted their ability. So I commend you and the town manager and the select board and hopefully town meeting to take it seriously in public safety needs of our entire community. Nowhere in this discussion have we talked about this is going to save money. We're not interested in saving money. We're interested in saving lives and property. Town manager's proposal for bringing in a fire prevention officer and 2 additional firefighters, those were all great things. And I think that's the sort of movement forward that I like to see in this town. And, contrast it with what happens when you don't do those things. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a good point. Are there people online?
There's nobody online, and I was just wondering if we need a vote? This was just an announcement that they're entering into this pilot.
It really is, that if you said something that made us change course, we would change course. But based on the feedback we received, we're going to continue on the course to plan for this in February. We will continue to provide public announcements about this, and we'll check back in with you at the meeting on the 27th and probably when we have the budget presentation. I'm guessing this might come up again.
Yes.
Next week or whenever it is. So we'll continue to keep the board and the public informed. As soon as tomorrow, we'll have stuff on the fire department website and other places that make sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your support.
Moving along to discuss the schedule for annual town meeting on May 5th, 2025.
So this schedule was included in the packet. Thank you to Lisa for helping get this schedule together. Really just wanted to make sure the board had a chance to look at this and look at the only things that are not known right now are the opening and the closing of the warrant. And so we were just looking for some feedback to see if you had any suggestions for that. I think the longer the warrant is open, the less time we have to prepare for anything that comes in. But you also want to have an appropriate amount of time to have it open for people to exercise their right to bring things forward. There's also issues that we've had in the past where, because the warrant was closed, we actually had a special town meeting triggered because of the period of time was just not enough. So those are all considerations that I wanted to bring forward as we work to finalize the town meeting schedule. What we would do is at your next meeting, ask you to open the warrant and close the warrant at the times that maybe we start discussing tonight, and then we could come back with a final plan for the next meeting. A good one idea would be to have it open for a month. The other consideration is the planning board process. By law, the planning board has to hold a public hearing for any zoning article that is brought forward. It's not typical for zoning articles to be submitted through citizen petition, but it certainly happens. And if it does, this planning board needs enough time to both publicly notify of a public hearing and hold a public hearing. So a lot of times we have that as a parameter that we use when we're setting the schedule. Other than that, it's a typical calendar. Happy to have any feedback that you may have now on it, though.
Thanks, John. So opening the warrant at our next meeting, how much time is, I'll look at my calendar.
So for example, one thing you could say is, we open the warrant tonight, and it'll stay open until February 20th, or something, for example. Or you could say, we're calling an annual town meeting, and we're going to set the warrant open date to start February 1st and run through February 28th, for example. Those are just two things that you could do, or it could be totally different.
Alyssa?
So in both those examples, that was about a month for the warrant to be open.
Right.
And I understand the advantage is, because it makes things easier to prepare. What is the last date that we would need to hold the warrant open to, in order to avoid having a special town meeting before town meeting? Because that was a lot for both staff and voters.
Yeah, the 45th day before town meeting is March 21st, which is pretty late for a zoning article to come in, but maybe you could say if a zoning article comes in that late, maybe that's sort of its consequence. I don't know.
David?
So I think we should be aware that it was the intent of last year to have a special town meeting before town meeting. And then so it wasn't because we set the dates wrong or anything. That was the intent of the people that submitted those petitions. So, I think we need a little bit longer than that. If someone came to us, right, we can also open the warrant again. Right, so let's suppose we went with John's schedule. We had the warrant open February 1st to February 28th. If on March 10th, someone came and said, I want to have this one more article, we can actually, at one of our meetings, open the warrant, let them accept the article and close it again. So, but I'm serious. So,
Sorry, that wasn't what you were saying, it was someone else.
Oh. So anyway, I think that we can accommodate in extraordinary circumstance if someone wants it, and we could have done that last year. It just, that wasn't what we need to do. But I think it's important, in case something involves zoning, to give the planning board at least 45 days and probably closer to 2 months so they can do 2 regular meetings. So I wouldn't go any later than March 15th. And I think that, February 28th gives not only the planning board some breathing time, but us some breathing time, because we may need to do, or ask staff to do some investigation if someone proposes a bylaw or a resolution that we want to form our own opinion on. That may involve work.
What's the general schedule for when we start seeing, draft warrants? I'm thinking that the creation, the sort of publication of draft warrants is sometimes what triggers, citizen petitions, because they go, oh, this article's this wrong. I want to propose this, totally different option. So what kind of timing happens there? When do we start seeing drafts?
We're starting to compile the warrant right now. I don't know that we'd be ready to show you anything on the 27th, but certainly by the next meeting, we'd have something to look at, if not just a table of contents at a minimum. So early February, if that answers the question.
Thank you.
So should we open the warrant at our next meeting? Not tonight, the next meeting? The 27th? Jim?
I think we either should open the warrant that night or announce the warrant opening date.
Okay.
Which might be, a week after that, but it should be
Okay.
around then, I think. My intuition has me put the closing warrant date early in March, but I'm not sure I can entirely articulate exactly why that is. Just an intuition.
I wish I remembered last year.
What I could do is take any feedback directly from board members in the next week or two, and then develop a recommendation. I have some feedback tonight, and if there's any more you want to share with me directly, please do, and we'll be prepared with a schedule at the next meeting.
Thank you. Did you have a question?
I just wanted to point out that if we opened it on February, let me just make sure I'm looking at the right month. February 27th, and closed it on the 28th, that's 5 weeks. And if we go with Jim's intuition of the first week in March, that's 6 weeks, which is a month and a half, closing it on the 7th. Or we could open it on the 3rd and close it on the 7th of March. Sorry, I meant January 27th to February 28th, not February. That'd be one day.
Yeah.
So I think looking at like how many weeks it is helpful. Like 5 or 6 weeks is, I think, sufficient time for citizen petitions to come in.
Yeah.
More than.
David?
Yeah, on thank you for the schedule in the packet. I think it would be useful there to know at which meeting we'll start seeing article lists. More than the warrant, I think, because one of the things that we ourselves need to do is prepare to have someone shepherd each article or be responsible for each article, and that requires work on our part, so we want to know what that is. So I would just like to know when that falls. And I don't need the warrant text, but just a list of things.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, great. Update on capital projects. Dog Park, 17 Woodbury, 53 River Street.
Tom is going to take it away here.
All right, I've prepared 47 slides, which should last just about an hour. No, there's about 3 quick slides, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. So the first project we'll dive into is 17 Woodbury Lane. As I'm sure that you've noticed if you've driven up back, the contractor has put up construction fencing around the site. We have awarded the contract to Classic Construction. As a reminder, the project's primarily funded through ARP appropriations and a federal earmark from HUD and Congresswoman Trahan's office. We're continuing to work through the federal requirements. We've issued a notice to proceed on the 10th. We'll be meeting this week, I believe Thursday, for a kickoff meeting with Classic Construction on site. As I said, the construction fencing is up. They'll be mobilizing to work inside the facility late January. We are presenting to CPC for an additional appropriation request for landscaping and the historic shutters. Neither were fully included in the project funding when we first discussed the bid. We had put those in as adults. And the landscaping that you see on the right-hand side, that's a full landscaping plan. The basic landscaping is included in the bid specs, which are just essentially some trees and grass. This grant would allow us to put sidewalks, connectivity, and some seating areas in that space as well. We did put into the bid specs that the project could last up to a year so that we can get an advantageous bid, which we did, so we'll know what the concrete schedule is, but we anticipated not lasting more than a year. The next project is the dog park construction. We did receive bids back in December. The lowest bid was from Woodall Construction for $338,998. The good news is that with the Stanton Foundation appropriation of $250,000 and a CPC grant of $100,000, we have the project fully funded at this point. We are in the middle of executing the contract. We're awaiting the check delivery from Stanton Foundation. We will be coordinating with DPW and Onyx, who's doing the sewer extension underneath Route 2 and currently staged in that area. Onyx is fully aware of this project and the scheduling needs of it, and they've been great to date in understanding that this project will have to start, but we are going to try to work around the sewer extension. The target to start is in the spring. Once the contract's executed, we'll do a pre-construction meeting with Onyx, DPW, and Woodall, and we'll have more of an identified construction schedule. The photo you see on the right is from the site plan that was bid. I'm hoping to have better photos when we get into construction to come back and show you some construction photos on site. And the third and final project is 53 River Street Dam. To date, we've removed over 1,000 tons of contaminated soil. That includes arsenic, asbestos, lead, you name it. The next phase has begun. We are currently importing, or the contractor is currently importing soil and regrading the site. The rock pile that was there for quite a while has been relocated to the honeypot. I'm not going to call it a rock pile, a boulder pile. So a lot of those boulders will be either reused on site for some of the echo walls that were identified in design, as well as the amphitheater seating. And then there's also some projects throughout town that can utilize those as well. The Red House has discussed locating some of those in the backfield where there's renovations ongoing, and we've talked about a couple other projects throughout town. As part of this change order that they're currently working through, they will be installing some of those historic foundation walls, some boulders for seating areas, and then prepping the site for pathway installation. We are going to need additional funding to complete the project. There is a CPC application in that we're presenting on tomorrow as well for historic signage as part of the Historic District Commission permit and other permit approvals for the project. There is some signage required that gives a nod to the historic significance of the site, the shoddy mill, the operations, and its role it played in that area. We do have quite a bit of history that was done by some consultants that we will then use the CPC funding if we're awarded to formalize design on some of the signs, print them, and then have the contractor install them. The other part of that CPC application is for the completion of landscaping on site. It'll be tree plantings, grass, installation, turf establishment, as well as pathway installation and the parking lot paving as well. And that is it, and I'm happy to take any questions, and I appreciate the opportunity to present.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Great update. Thank you. Any questions? Alyssa.
Thank you for the update. I'm wondering if there are any mass historic preservation grants that the 17 Woodbury Lane project would be eligible for. I get pretty regular updates from when I served on the Historical Commission, and when I poked around, it looked like the requirements for the size of the building were much, much larger than what we have there, but I'm just wondering if MHP or another organization, in the eventuality that the CPC doesn't award this project funding. I'm just wondering if there's been any exploration of additional historic grant.
To a degree, but not fully. We'll continue looking into it as well.
Okay.
Jim.
Two questions. One is, we regularly approve donations to the dog park construction, and I was wondering how much of how those fit into the budget for the dog park.
Jim, thank you for that question. There has been quite a bit of donations to the dog park project, and the committee is very appreciative of it. And because of the donations, we've been able to utilize that funding to help the design pivot that we had to take and some changes that had to happen to design over the review process the last year or so. Currently, I believe once we replenish the accounts, there'll be about $15,000 to $17,000 available in that account, but I could be a little bit off. It will be a significant amount where a lot of the furnished by owner items, benches, the water fountain, some other items that they've identified, they being the committee, will be able to purchase, and then the contractor will be able to install as well.
The other question was about 53 River Street. It seemed like a few months ago, we had the occurrence, we had a discussion about the name of the park. And it seemed like we left things in limbo a little bit, like a final decision hadn't been made. And I was wondering if I'm remembering that correctly, and if so, when in this process we need to go back to this naming discussion.
David, I don't know if you'd like to touch on that as being the chair of the committee.
So I think you're exactly right. We put it on hold, and we didn't actually, in the committee, didn't discuss it all summer because there were, it seemed like every meeting there was a bad soil test or something else needed to be remediated, or, it was just not a good situation. We didn't know when we were going to get out of the situation. But you're also right that we probably should pick that up again. And the state was that the committee suggested a name. The select board was, pushed back on that a bit, and the committee needs to discuss it again.
Alyssa.
I have one more question about the 53 River Street Park. It's been a long time since I've looked at the design. Are there accessible seating options there in addition to the boulder seating and the rock walls? Like something with a handle that people can use to get themselves out of the seat?
That is a great question. Thank you. Yes, so the benches, the idea is that any of the benches that are installed along the pathway, there would be an area to accommodate accessible seating. It's a little bit more difficult to accommodate that type of seating in the rock wall areas, but if there's a pathway or a pad that's poured next to it, we would incorporate some accessible seating areas.
And the funding for benches is included in this?
It would be, it's included as part of the landscape request.
The landscape, okay, great.
Thank you, Tom. I think we have
Thank you.
no more questions. Yay. Moving on to the Acton Leadership Group update.
Thank you. So the ALG meets again February 8th. I think that there's a bit of a delay because I think we were waiting for both the town's budget presentation and the school's budget presentation to occur. And that is why February 8th is the date. As of tonight, the budget that we presented incorporated into the ALG plan, along with a change in the assessment from Minuteman. The budget is balanced in the plan, down to, right down to where we need to be. The Minuteman assessment actually reduced another $150,000, which is nice news because the last 5 years it's really been substantially taking away from, it's been taking a larger amount of the revenue than we were typically accustomed to. So as I mentioned, the school's target budget, which we were made aware of at the last meeting, and then the budget that was just presented tonight, along with the Minuteman's assessment, all in their current states, match the revenue that we are projecting to come in next year. So in terms of ALG, it's pretty good news. Of course, it could change if there's support or there's, if the board asks us to change the budget in one way or another, that could change, but as of right now, it's balanced. The topics that come up that I think the board would want to give some input to its representatives would be about free cash use that was mentioned earlier. Right now, the plan is using 1.69 in free cash, and our capital program is 1.56, so it's using almost our entire capital program is accounted for in free cash, which is where we want to be typically. We don't want to be using the free cash for operational expenses. So I think it's a pretty good spot, but we do have capacity to add a little bit more free cash use and still stay within the 3%, as was mentioned earlier. The other item on this ALG plan is the DPW project. Because the project, if it moved forward this town meeting and town election, we wouldn't start paying for it for a few years. It's not reflected in the FY '26 column, but it is in the out years, starting in '27, where that service and the revenue is shown as placeholders based on the direction we've been given from the board. So all things to continue discussing.
Jim?
I'm not, at the ALG group, has there been a consensus yet on the, the bottom line of the plan about the percent, the spending of, the overall spending of both the schools and the town?
I attend the meetings and I would say no, but Dean, can you? Yeah, not yet.
There has not been. No.
Yeah.
Well, I would add, there's been a lot of discussion about revenue, there's been a lot of discussion about excess levy, and there was strong interest, I think, across the board in keeping, increasing what we were projecting for excess levy to keep more of that tax revenue in taxpayers' pocket, is what people like to say. So we focused a lot on that, and I think the rest of this discussion about the expenses were more waiting on the budget recommendations. So I expect that to get into full form at the next meeting.
Thank you. Alyssa, I'm sorry.
No, it's
Yeah.
okay. We're deep in thought. So I probably should have made note of this while the Finance Committee was still here, but I do appreciate the increase to the excess levy capacity, and that should have been aired during the discussion, just to offset a lot of the criticism. Although the criticism is really important feedback from the Finance Committee, I was a little confused by the criticism of the fact that there's so much capital spending. I think I heard that from some FinCom members. And I guess I was surprised because so much capital projects that are needed have been deferred for so many years because of a lot of different reasons. So we really, maybe more of it went to the school over the past few years, or COVID, pivoting. But it seems like we need to play catch up before we get in any serious trouble. And also one of the items of feedback was that anything over a 3% increase above, it's unacceptable, anything above. So you can't have 4.56%. You got to stick with 3% because that's what the schools are doing. So I guess I'm curious what you'll take to the ALG meeting. And John, did you say it was the 8th or the 12th? I'm having some serious calendar issues. February 8th, I think, is a Saturday. So maybe it's the 12th? Okay, maybe you're having calendar issues, John. Okay, so I guess, yeah, I'm curious about that. What board members feel about that? Are we going to need to seriously consider bringing that 4.56% net increase percentage down? I don't really have anything to say about the capital except, yeah, we need to address it now because it's been put off for so long. And there's a lot of capital projects that have been deferred this year. And I was really shocked to hear, the schools in the town got everything we wanted, the taxpayers didn't, because the schools in the town made so many cuts over the last several years. So we're definitely not. And I understand there's differences in opinions of what a level services means. Obviously, if staff present a level services budget from the town or the school district, that has new staff, then obviously taxpayers are going to question whether that's level services. But maybe it takes more staff to provide the same level of service because it's more complicated or needs are higher or expectations are higher. I'm not sure.
David?
Also, I think headcount has moved around a little bit, as John's reorganized things. I know one member of the Finance Committee has asked John for headcount numbers over the past few years, and I think John's putting those numbers together, and presumably he'll send them to us too, or maybe he'll just send them to the Finance Committee. I just want to, want to point out several things about the finances. One is, you notice that Steve Noon spoke about especially the healthcare and retirement increases, and everything else is level funded, basically. There's a little bit of increase in the salaries, but most of the the logistics of the town is level funded. And then regarding the 3% limit, the 3% limit, because of that, in my mind, is impossible, right? It would mean huge cutbacks in personnel because of the increases in the health care. And I also want to point out that ALG last year, the town gave way more, right? And there was an explicit understanding at the time that we were deferring projects, but we couldn't defer them forever. And we were taking more of a hit because the impact was less dire on the town last year. And, I support our schools and everything, but I want to have that understanding that this year, it was almost 2-to-1 last year in terms of percentage, right? And in terms of dollars, almost 4-to-1, all right, last year with the school. And it moved the split percentage just a little bit by 1%. But we explicitly said we'd come back. But still, if you average this year and next year, the proposed next year, the town's percentage is still less, right? The operation, this is based on, the calculations I did are not based on John's presentation tonight. They're based on the ALG numbers from mid-December. But they're pretty close. The town's percentage increase over 2 years is 4.6%, just plain operating. The schools is 7.1%. And then overall, including capital, the town's is 5.5%, and the school district is 5.7%. So they're just a little bit higher than that, than us, including everything, over 2 years. So it's pretty even, actually, over 2 years. And we did that specifically so that to smooth out the bump for the taxpayers as much as possible last year. And as far as I knew, everybody acknowledged that, the people at ALG acknowledged that we were putting off capital projects and we could not put them off forever. And then finally, I just want to point out once again the thing that I mentioned during discussion. If we want to increase the use of free cash to spend it down more, I think we're good where we are, but if we did want to do it more, we could take the smallest borrowing project, whatever that is, and try to buy it outright, right? Which would take, buy it out of free cash instead of borrowing it, whatever the smallest one is. And then that would just use more free cash, take that down, but that's going to increase our percentage, right? And so if they're going to push back on our percentage, then we have to be conscious of that.
So I think that the head count will be really important because the optics are, look, there are additional positions in this recommended budget But looking at last year, there were cuts to positions. So I think that that information to have during the budget workshops, at the next ALG meeting, one example I can think of is the library. There are new positions there. The FTEs are exactly the same. Or actually, they're going down a fraction of an FTE from last year to this year. But there's never been a teen librarian before. But that's because other positions were put together to create that position. And I don't know if there's a similar thing happening with the additional firefighter paramedics, the lieutenant, but if we can look at the total town FTEs over the years, because that's what people are gonna see, and that's what's gonna resonate with taxpayers and voters is, oh, look, you're adding staff right after you just asked us for an operating override.
One thing that's important if we're making that FTE list is to note with an asterisk or something, maybe another column, which of them has an alternate funding source. Because we want the FTEs that are listed out of general revenue, but then some are funded through grants or enterprise funds or other things. Like I believe the proposed fire prevention officer is funded out of I'm not sure what it's called, but the rolling fund for fire prevention, the inspection fund. So that's not a net impact on taxpayers, right? So we just need FTEs out of the general revenue and FTEs out of special.
Are we really doing that? The FTEs? Sorry. Was that something
David
that we're
just said
doing?
John was working on it, because a finance
Yep.
committee member asked.
And how many years do you?
As I mentioned, I started getting questions from finance committee members about a week ago, since they had a chance to review the capital plan, and then I got a few more since we published the budget last week. One of the questions was related to headcount and vacant positions, which is a similar question to what was asked last year. So we're doing our best to account for every single FTE, and as you mentioned, it does get a little bit complex because we'll take 3 positions and turn it into 2. And in some cases, we'll take 2 positions and turn it into 3, but the FTE count stays the same. But we'll do our best to show that to meet what the Finance Committee is looking for, and of course, we'll share it with all of you too, also.
Thank you. Alyssa.
So I think another issue to address, and I don't know when, it may be in the joint meeting that we have. I really appreciate Chrissy suggesting that being moderated as well, just to talk about the DPW project. But at the last ALG meeting, which I attended in person, I don't remember Joanne asking, what's the worst case scenario? I remember her saying, nobody's gonna catch fire. I thought that what she was asking for was, has the Finance Committee discussed what size and scope? What cost? Because the ask is to make sure that we're identifying needs versus extras that we don't need, to get the right-sized building, the right-sized project, the right cost, to decrease the cost. And maybe I just was dozing at that moment, but.
She may have said both.
Okay, because I did hear, okay, not what's the I did hear what's the alternative. I didn't hear what's the worst case scenario, but I did hear and wasn't answered. There wasn't an answer to what would the Finance Committee, because here we've seen a decrease from 47 million to 43 million. What is the acceptable number? Is it 40 million? Is it?
Was she referring to the reception at town meeting when she said, what is the worst case scenario?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
I missed that. But another question that that I would like an answer to, and we can discuss it, either you can discuss it at ALG, or if we have a joint meeting that's moderated, is getting down to because I feel like the goalposts keep moving in terms of cost. And the value engineering
Which is
actually
a good thing.
eliminated.
It's moving in the right direction.
No, I mean the what's acceptable to have support.
That I.
All right, we can talk about it later.
No, we can't talk about it later.
No, I mean, we can talk about it with Finance Committee at some later point.
Dean, did you have something? Yeah, oh, Jim.
In an attempt to answer what might have been a rhetorical question on your part, Alyssa, about, where is the Finance Committee at? It seems to me, even just from this small conversation, I haven't been, at many of the Finance Committee meetings, there's a big range, right? So there's different people who have different senses of, what they need before they would say, yeah, let's do this. And some people, it's not articulated in terms of an amount. It's articulated in terms of, have we, have things been looked at in a way that makes sense to us? Are we confident that they're making best efforts to, reduce costs while still having a building that, fulfills the need of what the building needs to do? And that's a matter of, time and, whether you feel listened to, and it's a complicated equation. I don't think there's like some magic number that's going to suddenly cause a tipping point in the Finance Committee. I think it's more time and effort, and I think that's why this possibility of a joint meeting with some staff who can really answer questions is a great idea. I think it's a real chance to move much farther down to the place where, we have much more of a shared understanding about, what needs to happen and why.
I just wanted to add too, I think the idea of meeting is great. I have some sense that lines are drawn, so I don't know how much movement there is. And to Greg's point of having community buy-in, well, we're sort of waiting for maybe the FinCom to have some sort of support for the project. So it's tricky. That's my feeling. Dean?
Well, I think what I've noticed as far as FinCom, it doesn't take too long before, obviously they've not come up with what they think the number should be. Because some members want to get involved in basically analyzing the entire operations of Public Works. The question of, do you really need to repair the equipment in-house, or do you just put that all out in the private sector? 70 years or so, we've had basically 3 mechanics working down there. They want that to be looked at again. They looked at, how many people you've got, and sort of, the kind of workload that our people should be taking on, and what should be done in-house and what should be done by contractors. So I think some of those questions we're probably not going to be able to answer because they're more philosophical in nature. We had a lengthy discussion at one meeting about how many square feet you should have for office area for people like the engineers, and then the suggestion is, oh, well, you should have a hotel situation and just have one desk shared amongst 3 employees, because some of them will be off-site at meetings and some of them will be working from home. I don't think we can ever get a situation where we have highway department employees working from home. But you do get really wrapped up in some of those lengthy philosophical discussions. So I think if we do have this joint meeting with the Finance Committee, there's going to be a lot of things is we just have to let them understand that, you know, we've got a functioning DPW operation, and we're confident that it's a good mix between in-house staff and contracting out, which we do a tremendous amount of contracting out. But ultimately, it is going to end up coming down to the voters. So we've got to make that presentation. But I would certainly want to discuss with the town manager and the chair if there's a way we can facilitate a meeting. I don't know if we can have one in the next 3 weeks with FinCom, but, you know, something more free-flowing in the way of a discussion. And obviously, a meeting with these two boards, it's going to be a public meeting, and we can disseminate more information, tell our side of the story. I think the other thing that I find frustrating, I'm sure the town manager is frustrated about, is that a lot of the information that they've asked for, they've been provided. And they've not taken advantage of that information. There was one fairly lengthy memo the town manager provided, I think, around the 4th of November, and at a more recent meeting, we were told we never answered those questions. Well, we did. It might not fit with the narrative that some members of the FinCom want to pursue, but, you know, the information has been provided. So, and we intend to continue to provide information and update it as soon as we've got more information to come up with. So it's not like we're digging our heels into the sand here. It's just, this is a very complex project, and there's lots of moving parts. And the other issue that I get, and as you folks know, I was very skeptical in previous years with a lot of the green infrastructure suggestions and bylaws that have been brought forward. But the simple fact was that it's been incorporated. These things were all accepted overwhelmingly at town meeting. And then to say, well, gee, you know, why don't we just build a new building and put natural gas in it? I mean, that's trying to fight a battle that was determined several years ago. And I don't see the benefit. We just have to keep reminding them, well, these are the decisions we made, and then whatever we can come up with in the way of numbers to show that in the long run it's going to be efficient. But, you know, trying to argue out something that was discussed and voted at town meeting several years ago, and now we're incorporated into the state pilot program as well. I mean, we couldn't change these things even if we wanted to. So why argue about it? That's the deck we've been handled, you know? There's nothing we can do about that. Thank you.
Are we moving on?
I think we already did.
So, excuse me, Madam Chair.
I'm confused. Are we still on ALG or are we on DPW?
Yes. So you just expressed a little bit of skepticism, but are you going to try to set up a?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I definitely want to leave that door open, if that's okay, John.
But I just wanted to.
Definitely.
So you'll work something out with the FinCom chair?
Yes.
Great.
Alyssa?
So I have something to say after you officially move us to item 11.
Yep.
Done?
Oh, no, are we moving on to?
Item 11?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you meant, are we moving on to 12? Because we already
No,
were
no.
talking about DPW. So I think that I'm not so concerned about moving folks from various positions as I am about airing, because like Jim said, I'm so appreciative, Jim, of how you put it, that it's not really, it wasn't a rhetorical question, but it's not really a number. It's a, does this make sense to me? And they are out in the community, and also have years of experience professionally and on finance committee, some of them, decades even. Those are the same kinds of questions and issues that need to be resolved for voters at town meetings. So it's very important. I don't see it necessarily as present our side of the story, because it's just the story, and the facts. So I think it's gonna be, it's not, I don't think our goal is to necessarily convince a unanimously opposed finance committee that even sway more than 50% of them. It's really to talk about all of these details. You know, in terms of like, I'm not convinced that we need to keep all the trucks inside. Well, that technical memo that Dean just referenced showed that $4 million is saved over the life of the vehicles. Like, 4 million, that's a lot of money over, what's the life of a DPW vehicle? 15, 20 years? Yeah. That's big bucks. And I can tell you why the washing needs to happen inside. Oars in Green Acton have been test measuring specific conductance of surface waters all over town, and there are really hot spots near. It's partially because Route 2 is there, and you know all of the commercial parking lots at Kelly's Corner, but the maximum number above which is harmful to aquatic life is 500 microsiemens per centimeter is the measurement. And those streams around there, like Coles Brook downstream from the DPW site, you know, we used to store the salt outside. We used to dump the snow that was plowed with de-icer in that ravine. They're 2 to 3 times higher, like 1,300, 1,600. And above 500 is harmful to aquatic life. So that's why we need to be washing trucks covered in salt inside and catching the wash water in a tank, a tight tank. And we don't even let the teams do car washes on the grass at the schools anymore. So there's all of these little details and questions that can be answered. And if it's a joint meeting, it's gonna be televised so people can watch the recording, they can attend in person, they can ask questions. Or maybe not, that's up to you and the format, but I think we need to keep our eye on the goal that's gonna, you know, that matters. It's not moving individual folks to a different opinion, it's having the conversation.
David?
I think if we're going to take questions from the public, we should do it at another event. Because I think the getting us all together is a rare instance. I think we want to use that to get things out, you know, out in the open and discussed. And then if we need a hearing or something too, we can do that as well.
We can call it a workshop.
A workshop. Great. And we'll have to knock on Joanne's door. Moderator. Dean.
Yeah, before we move off this discussion, DPW, I mean, I don't think we need to do much more of an update. The town manager has done a pretty good job during his budget presentation. I just cite a couple of dates coming up. Saturday, January 25th, from 10 until noon, we have the public tour of the Public Works facility. And we're going to have representatives there from Weston and Sampson, as well as town staff. So I think that will be beneficial. January 29th, Department of Public Works Building Committee meeting, will be meeting in this room. That's at 7 p.m. Again, we'll have, at that meeting, we should have some more updated information specifically about some of the green infrastructure we've been talking about and how much it's going to cost and how much we can reasonably expect to get compensated for. And then January 30th at 1 p.m., I will be down at the Senior Center, specifically talking about the Public Works facility. And we'll do a presentation there specifically for those folks that certainly feel the pinch of tax dollars and don't like to drive out for night meetings.
I'm sorry, when did you say that last event was?
That's January 30th at 1 p.m. at the Senior Center. So those are kind of the key dates. I will also note that, you know, we're having meetings about every 2 weeks with town staff, Weston and Sampson, PMA, our owner's project manager. I attend some of those meetings as well. You know, the design is advancing. And I found it really interesting working with the architects that, you know, at our last meeting last week, and moving around, looking at fine tuning some of the space allocations, and they were able to do it live on the screen and flip things around. And and all those changes are being tracked. So I think one of the nice things that they've been able to do is now they're starting to show some of the allocation of spaces and desks and printers and plotters and that kind of stuff, so that, you know, all of a sudden 100 square feet gets really small when you start adding the furniture and the people in there. So I think all of those graphics are going to be very handy at these upcoming meetings. Thank you. Unless Tom has been doing 90% of the work on this. So Tom, if you've got anything you'd like to add.
No, just the one thing that I would say is that we did get a full breakdown of all the square footage that could be a little bit more help in understanding exactly what the site plan breaks down to, and we can circulate that and put that on the website too. But Dean's being very generous, and 90%, it's a big team effort, and I appreciate Dean and everybody else that's part of the team too, so thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Alyssa?
I have a question about the project. I think it's called a sound barrier or sound buffer, and there was a price tag of $1 million. Is that something that's in that back wall that John talked about tonight, having, you know, nothing going on there because it's facing away from the neighbors? Or is that the vegetative that's $1 million?
So there's certainly going to be some sound attenuation. Now, since we first started talking about that, there have been some fundamental changes in the project. Originally, it was going to be a phased project, which would have required putting the new building closer to Forest Road than the existing building. Now, with doing it all at once, we're able to keep the building further away from Forest Road. And there's a slight hillock between the existing building and Forest Road, which is vegetated. The face of the building that's facing towards Forest Road is not going to have any penetrations through it, doors and that sort of thing. So the sound attenuating barriers are changing, and they're still being analyzed. Primarily what they're looking at is, probably smaller barriers for kind of extending the sides of the building out so that, for instance, as a vehicle is moving into the garage doors and they're slowing down, you've all heard diesel trucks kind of chug down, this barrier would go out and would attenuate some of that sound. And then conversely, as it accelerates going out of the building at the other end, we'd need to do some walls there. Those are still being designed and considered and trying to figure out exactly where they need to be, how long they need to be, and what kind of materials. So that's still part of the site plan. One of the good things that we'll be talking about on consent, or not talking about on consent, is we have recruited a member of the Design Review Board who's a professional landscape architect who works on a lot of these site plan projects, has agreed to join the Public Works Building Committee. So we'll have sort of our own independent expert there in addition to the excellent help we're getting from Weston and Sampson.
Thank you. So it's not something that's put in the wall, like a material,
No.
that it's the design of the building?
No, it's
Okay,
basically going to
thank
be
you.
a, you know, although it won't probably look like this, but if you think about the sound barriers you see along highways and exactly where those need to go, and that's all still got to be determined.
Any other discussion, questions? Number 12, approve intermunicipal agreement for shared transportation dispatch services.
Thank you. We've collaborated with neighboring communities for almost a decade on transportation programs. A lot of that has scaled back. We're hoping to re-engage formally with two of our neighbors, Sudbury and Littleton, and expand on the existing sharing of dispatch services and actually increase the share that they pay towards our programs. For one reason or another, we've been paying a little bit more than they were, and we just needed to get this finalized and formalized. The town administrator and town manager from those two communities are bringing the same agreement to their boards, I think, tonight and tomorrow night, and they've both agreed that it makes sense to pay what's in here. And the amount that's in the IMA is based on the utilization of the dispatch office, and that's measured by how many rides are dispatched. And we do a lot more than they do, but their share is reflective of the amount that they do. And we've agreed that every year we could take a look at it to see whether it makes sense to keep it exactly the same or to change it based on utilization.
Thank you. Any questions from anyone? No? Questions? Do we need a motion or, yes? Jim?
I'd move to approve the intermunicipal agreement for shared transportation dispatch services.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Abstentions? None? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Moving on to consent. Approve meeting minutes December 16. Oh, is there any? Sorry. Okay. Approve meeting minutes December 16th and 17th, 2024. Approve executive session minutes November 18th, 2024. Approve revised charge of the Department of Public Works Facility Building Committee. Appoint Tom Doolittle as full at-large member of the Department of Public Works Building Committee with a term to expire at completion of task. Sorry.
Hold.
17, appoint Megha Patil as a full member of the Economic Development Committee with a term to expire on June 30th, 2028. 18, appoint William Alstrom, Bettina Abe, and Kate Desprez as full members of the Agricultural Commission with terms to expire on June 30th, 2028. Accepted donation of $100 from David Baxter and Ann Anderson toward the Acton Dog Park.
Move to approve consent items 13 through 15 and 17 through 19 inclusive.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
You held 16.
Okay, so I held 16 since the charge for the DPW Building Committee has been altered. We now will have a designated member of the Design Review Board. So Tom Doolittle will serve in that capacity. as a designee from DRB, so we do not need to appoint him as an at-large member. So move to take no action on 16.
Second.
All in, oh, sure.
So people who are members of other committees can be a member of that committee by default? I think we appoint them too, but it's not at large.
That's not been the case in the past. We had, for instance, Adam Nolde from FinCom resigned from FinCom, and Greg Jarbo came in as his replacement, and we did not take any specific action for that. It's similar situation we have with the Community Preservation Act. You have a designee from the Historical Commission, from Conservation, from Recreation. Those committees designate the person, and no select board action is necessary.
Thank you.
One more motion. So-
I move to take no action on item 16.
Oh, I was thinking of the other motion, but
We won't take a second on that one then.
Yeah,
Then you can move to adjourn.
so I think we moved to take no action on 16. David seconded that, so we can take a vote on that.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.